Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. Welcome. I'm Ada K, and we're getting ready to go to trial. I wasn't sure this was going to happen, if we were going to have a video or live feed in trial, but we do. So I hope everybody's had a fabulous day. We had a fabulous evening with Tanika last night, and we've got a new member. Seba is a new member. Welcome, Seba. We bless you and we welcome you to the team. You are an amazing person, and we look forward to having you as a part of our family. So we're going to hop on straight in to the Jason Chen trial. That's really hard for me to say. Jason Chen's trial. And the newscast is going to give a little quick rundown and get us caught up. Then we also have a Daubert hearing that's going to happen to see if a doctor can be used as an expert witness. So here we go. Let me get it up on stage. My bad. My brain's not fully engaged yet. Forgive me, y'all. Haven't even had a cup of coffee. All right, here we go. Let me get him up and going. Yay!
The trial for the man accused of killing a Chattanooga woman and putting her body in a suitcase is scheduled to begin today. Jason Chen was charged with the murder of Jasmine Pace back in 2022. The jury for his murder trial was selected last week from a pool in Nashville, made up of people less familiar with the case.
And we'll bring you live coverage on air and online of this trial.
They are sequestered, poor people.
As it unfolds this week, Mary Beth Mangrum is joining us live now from outside the Hamilton County Courthouse, where that trial is set to be in motion this morning. Mary Beth, we're anxiously awaiting that to get underway.
Yeah, Dane, Hannah, it was 2 years ago when Jasmine Pace's mother reported her missing around Thanksgiving.
Hi, Nina,
and now
yes.
2 years later, Jason Chen's trial is set to begin this morning in Hamilton County. Judge Boyd Patterson told potential jurors that this trial could span anywhere from 10 days to 2 weeks. And the jury for this trial was selected last week, beginning Wednesday. They will be sequestered and were selected from Nashville. 118 Davidson County residents reported.
Wouldn't have been funny if Emily D. Baker got called to jury duty? They wouldn't take her, but she lives in that county.
To the county courthouse on Wednesday to be a part of that pool. And we spoke with attorney Bill Speak, who's unrelated to the trial, but he says that these jurors are less likely to have their own opinion on the case, unlike those who live here locally.
When there's a lot of publicity in a case, it limits your ability to find jurors that haven't already formulated an opinion on the case. And a defendant charged with a crime is entitled to have a fair hearing, and that's what the court is going to be looking to give him, a fair hearing.
Now, again, that trial is set to begin soon, and we will have team coverage inside of that courtroom that we'll bring to you once it begins. Reporting live, I'm Mary Beth Mangrum.
Mary Beth, thank you. And of course, today and all through this next week, make sure you stay here on air and online. Meg Doyle will have daily reports from the trial during our newscasts, but you won't have to wait until then, as Latricia Thomas and Mary Beth Mangrum will bring you live updates on our social media pages.
So here we go.
Process will go during Thursday's hearing. Judge Patterson specified that the members of the jury will be coming from Nashville, and that selection will begin tomorrow morning. That jury will be selected from within Davidson County, with potential for that selection process to continue into Thursday.
Depending on how the questionnaire discussion goes, that will determine what happens on Wednesday. But at some point, we'll start picking the jury, actually engage them in conversation. Hopefully have that finished up by Thursday. They'll be met Sunday in Nashville with our deputies. They'll take them down to the hotel here. They'll be checked in, accommodated, be brought to court Monday, and that's when they'll be sworn in. Will not be sworn in Nashville.
Okay, let's kind of
While
zoom.
that trial is slated to begin.
Okay, I'm ready to zoom. Hi, everybody. Thank you guys for joining. We appreciate having you here. I did start a few minutes earlier than normal, so I know people will not be hopping on for a few minutes. But that gives me the ability to zoom.
In the late afternoon of the 9th. The court did inform the parties that court would be closed on January the 10th due to inclement weather. Friday, January the 10th, all parties, including Mr. Chen, were back in Hamilton County. And at approximately 2:15, the state received notice from Mr. Weiss, the defendant's attorney, that they were giving notice to the state that they intended to introduce expert testimony regarding the defendant's mental condition, presumably at the time of the offense in 2022.
That's a bit late.
Of course, this caused concern for the state for many reasons, primarily the timeliness and the violation of Rule 12.2b in terms of notice of a defendant's mental condition. The state asked for a phone conversation with all parties on Friday based on that concern and, quite frankly, just confusion, as this had not ever come up in any type of hearing or discovery or meeting with the parties. It is significant to note that Mr. Moyle and I, General Moyle and I, have met with Ms. Morris and Mr. Weiss multiple times throughout the last several months to exchange even undiscoverable evidence. The state has gone out of its way to provide demonstrable exhibits, PowerPoints. We allowed them to look.
Undiscoverable exhibits? What the hell is an undiscoverable exhibit? Is that an undiscoverable bank account? I've never heard that term undiscoverable exhibit used before.
Through our own box account, we've had several met them at the police department to review evidence. Never has an expert witness been mentioned, and the defendant's notice did not provide any information as to what mental condition was being alleged or asserted by their expert. The court then ordered informally on that phone call that the defendant basically turn over what was in their possession in regards to the mental condition and any information about the expert. Mind you, the name of the expert was not listed in the notice that was filed at 2:15 on a snow day. And on Friday, later in the day, Mr. Weiss did send a email to General Moyle and I with the expert's name and his curriculum vitae. And I believe in that email, it was also notice. It was a letter that signified that while the expert was not licensed as a psychologist in the state of Tennessee, he had received temporary licensing for January the 7th, 2025. That letter was written by the state of Tennessee, 2024. It was not until approximately 5:30 on Saturday that the state received what is entitled memorandum pertaining to expert testimony. In that memorandum, the psychologist kindly explains and articulates the law to this criminal court.
Hi,
of which
Green Eyes.
4
Hi,
attorneys
Natalie.
involved in this case and a criminal court judge
Welcome.
are acutely aware. And there's one paragraph in that alleged expert's report that has to do with Jason Chen.
You never know
There
what's
is
going to come
one
out of my mouth.
sentence in that report that states that Mr. Chen was not able.
You're wonderful. Thank you. I'm not awake yet. I only got 4 hours sleep.
That Mr. Chen was unlikely to have possessed the requisite premeditation for the act of criminal homicide. The memorandum never mentions a mental condition. As it stands right this second, the day of trial, the state has no idea what mental condition the defendant is alleging he had on November 23rd, 2022. We don't know if it's an intellectual.
Okay, guys, this is a really big wrench in the trial because they're going to have to sit there and do a Daubert hearing because this is a big monkey wrench in this trial. And if you're going to declare mental conditions and possibly reasons of insanity or temporary madness or whatever, that should have been notified to the prosecution a long time ago. This woman has right to be angry. She does.
Intellectual disability based on the tests that were
Do we need to do some
apparently
more?
administered to the defendant,
Do we need to do some more toilet talk? Is that what y'all laughing about?
which are attached to the
Hello, it's
expert's
Brit.
memorandum. Based on those, it would indicate it was some type of intellectual disability, as those are psychological examinations that go to reasoning and critical thinking. We have no idea if it's
This is already
mental health
interesting.
disorder such as schizophrenia or bipolar. We had heard on the phone call with Your Honor the words voluntary intoxication, the word intoxication, the word substance abuse, the word addiction is never in the alleged expert's memorandum. This is the epitome of unfairness, Judge. The state has the right to present rebuttal proof. It's one of the reasons why Rule 12.2 has a timing subsection to it. There is no way. It is not virtually impossible. It is absolutely impossible that the state ever could have searched for or investigated any type of rebuttal proof for an expert that we know.
The only one you should want to talk to that bad, and you would do so through a dirty, nasty, skanky toilet, would be Jesus. Other than that, you ain't get my mouth nowhere near it.
Not only knew what we didn't know of.
Sorry, Natalie, I tried to spell your name and it hit the wrong button.
9:30
My fingers.
on January 13th, have no idea what the expert is going to allege or opine at trial. We were not able to voir dire jurors on whatever mental condition this expert is going to allege existed on November 23rd, 2022. In fact, if the jury was sitting in the box right now for voir dire, we would have no idea what to voir dire the jury on. We have the right to a fair voir dire. We would have, in fact, asked questions that pertained to some mental disorder, still don't know, mental condition, mental health issue. I have no idea, intellectual disability, no clue. We would have, in fact, voir dired on that issue. It would have changed the process of voir dire for us. It would have changed the preparation for trial for the state of Tennessee.
She is arguing everything correctly. The way they've ordered the jury, the way they prep their trial, everything they have done. And then they throw this wrench into it in the ninth inning. This may be jeopardizing the trial, y'all.
Had we known that there was any type of expert witness that has to do with psychology or the defendant's mental condition, we would have an expert witness sitting in the audience right now to hear what this expert has to say if the court allows the expert to testify this morning in any type of deposition or hearing. We would have them here. We weren't able to do that for obvious reasons. We learned the expert's name at the end of the day on Friday the 10th. Saturday and Sunday are not working business days. While the state of Tennessee worked all weekend, a psychologist or psychiatrist in Chattanooga, we couldn't get a hold of them. And while no party in this courthouse should ever
My son was saying that there was a feedback. Was there a feedback, you guys? If so, let me know if it's cleared up. I have hearing aids that are extremely loud. These inner ear monitors are so loud that they would hurt you because I'm deaf without them. But if you hear any kind of feedback, let me know.
underestimate the capabilities of the state of Tennessee. We are not magicians. We can't just come up with a rebuttal expert witness on a mental condition that we are unaware of at 9:30 on January the 13th.
Wow.
This notice
That's why they
was
started early.
untimely.
Hi, Ronnie.
This notice never would have been able to happen
Good morning,
in
Ronnie.
any other case in your honor's court except for a sequestered case done in the manner in which it was done in this case. Your honor knows, typically, in all of the trials that the court has not only had as a criminal court trial judge, but also as a prosecutor and defense attorney, normally we move straight from jury selection into the state's case in chief. Typically, this would never have even been able to happen, much less allowed. It is in a rare circumstance that Mr. White.
Okay, for all those who were just joining us, we have some drama in the courtroom on minute 1. This is, no, it is a jury trial. But what the problem is the jury was selected and sequestered, which is fine. It sucks for them. But the drama problem is, I'm trying not to be too silly too early in the morning. I haven't had my coffee yet. I'm trying to get it in my system. Is the defense has thrown a big monkey wrench in and is claiming that they want to bring in an expert witness for mental illness. And this is the first time prosecution is hearing about it. They didn't know anything about it. This is the first time anyone said anything to them about it. They've ordered the jury based on what they knew. And now they have a jury sitting there that's been voir dired and selected. And then the whole path of the trial may shift towards mental illness instead of a defense, regular straight defense. And the prosecution has to change gears, and it's not right. It is a dirty, I call it dirty pool. They're playing dirty pool. And now we're going to have a Daubert hearing or voir dire, the expert witness, and the judge is going to have to determine whether to permit this or not. This is huge.
Could have planned.
That was the road thus far for this morning.
To know of an expert in early December. We know that they knew of him on December 7th.
Welcome, Steve.
Because based on an email that they sent to us, it states that he confirmed his availability to meet with the defendant on December 7th. 1 month before he met with the defendant in the Davidson County Jail. They waited. They knew the week before jury selection that he was going to interview the defendant in the Davidson County Jail. They knew that he had interviewed the defendant in the Davidson County Jail on the 7th. They were in court with your honor on the 8th and the 9th. The court repeatedly asked the parties, is there anything that needs to be taken up? Repeatedly. At the end of the day on the 9th.
Love that name, yeah.
But it was not until 2:15 on January the 10th.
Good morning, Dr. Bobbutter.
After 2 years of preparation on this case, that the defense came up with a mental condition defense. And the defense has argued that it was only after the state provided a demonstrable exhibit to them that they realized that that they needed an expert witness that had to do with the defendant's mental condition that affected his ability to form premeditation. Think about this, Judge. Premeditation has been an element in this case since 2022. The Hamilton County Grand Jury indicted Mr. Chen for first-degree premeditated murder. If defense attorneys believed that his mental condition at the time affected his ability to form premeditation, and they waited until January 7th to have an expert evaluate him, then we've got much bigger problems than a timeliness issue. Premeditation has been the case. It has been an element in this case since 2022.
And now you're throwing it in the toilet.
Mr. Weiss represented Mr. Chen in 2022. There has been no counsel substituted. It has been Mr. Weiss.
I wouldn't be this calm. I'd have their asses out in the lobby.
The demonstrative exhibit that the defense has such a problem with, as the court has already seen, involves two pieces of evidence that have been in the defendant's possession for almost 2 years. A photo from Mr. Chen's apartment
I wish.
Of carpet with blood on it, and a photo of Jasmine Pace from the medical examiner's office. The court found in the hearing on this issue that even the state could have superimposed this piece of evidence on this piece of evidence to come up with the demonstrative exhibit. How can a demonstrative exhibit that was given to the parties on December 11th, the day that it was given to the state, even though every party had both photos, but the superimposed photo was given on December the 11th, how is it that that photo affected premeditation in so much as the defense all of a sudden, near or around December 7th, contacted an expert witness? It is untimely. It is unfair. And the state of Tennessee has a right to a fair trial. And the people of the state of Tennessee have a right to a fair trial.
Woo, preach it, honey.
We ask the court to exclude any expert testimony at this point in time that was presented to the court and to the state in an untimely fashion, especially that of Mr. Douglas Lewis.
I know I've been admiring her hair. I've been growing mine out. It's almost to my butt.
Mr. Weiss's pleadings, he
Yeah.
mentioned the demonstrative exhibit.
Why do we not have captioning? Why?
Handcuffed in Mr. Chen's apartment. And that's one thing I think he mentions is the problem with the demonstrative exhibit. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Your Honor, the medical examiner issued an autopsy report. The date of examination is 12/1/2022. The autopsy report was given to the parties just within a month or two. Of course, it takes the medical examiner a month or two to finalize an autopsy report. And in that autopsy report, there's a sentence that says, the injury locations are consistent with the decedent's fetal body positioning as found.
Not saying for sure that the victim's handcuffed while alive in the apartment. I heard you right. The medical examiner's report indicates that blows might have been received also from fetal position, but not necessarily handcuffed. Is that correct?
I believe that Dr. Cogswell can opine in what position she would have been in when the injuries occurred, and then the jury can therefore, as the trier of fact, make their own conclusions as to the position of her body was only in the fetal position with those type of stab wounds because she had been handcuffed. So the trier of fact can draw their own conclusions, but furthermore, Your Honor, there was a bond hearing in this case in General Sessions Court in which Mr. Weiss represented Mr. Chen, and similar to the autopsy report, Dr. Cogswell testifies the injuries and the concentration are all on the right side. Virtually all of them can be inflicted with her in that bound position. So I believe that there is evidence in the record that would allow Dr. Cogswell to testify that she was in the fetal position. Whether or not he is going to testify that she was, in fact, in those handcuffs, that is for cross-examination. You can obviously cross-examine. That is part of the trial experience. So the defense did have information and evidence and discovery for years that would have indicated that she was in the fetal position. She was in that fetal position because she'd been handcuffed, and the jury, as a trier of fact, can find that.
Wow, y'all, this is huge. This is huge. This is massive. Everybody, don't forget to hit that like button for the drawing.
Rule 12.2b2
2
says timing. Notice described in 12.2b1 shall be filed within the time provided for filing a pretrial motion or at such later time as the court may direct. The timing to file pretrial motions has not ended. As of right now, without a jury sworn, I could file a pretrial motion right here, right now. This rule does not limit my ability to file a notice right here, right now. This court, and I say this with the utmost respect, could have ordered a scheduling order or a docketing
Thank y'all for the
order
likes.
requiring the parties to have presented certain proofs, certain discoveries, certain evidence, certain motions at this point. The court has
Natalie?
never ordered that.
Put
The
it all
defense
one
is
word,
not
please.
in
It won't catch
violation
you
of
if you
the Tennessee
don't.
Rules of Criminal
Sorry about
Procedure,
that, babe. Redo it.
And the defense is in violation of any of the court's orders. So this is not untimely. It is timely. Secondly,
I don't know about that.
Dr. Lewis was contacted about a month ago due to timing of the holidays and him getting authorized to practice psychology here in Tennessee.
There you go, Megan.
He was not able to evaluate Jason until January the 7th in Nashville. We weren't able to speak to him about his results. He had to review his results, go over everything, and we didn't get those results until late on January the 8th.
Perfect.
As soon as we had those results and we knew that we were going to call him as a witness, that's when we filed the motion on the 9th. And and even though the courts were closed, it was obvious that all the parties were aware of it. The General Wamp texted all the attorneys, texted the court, and we had a conversation about it. And the court has ordered that Dr. Lewis submit a memorandum or report, which he did on Saturday. And I don't know what document the state is reading, but the memorandum in the submitted by Dr. Lewis talks about the psychological issue, diminished capacity. It's right there. We're not alleging that Jason was insane. The state did request a notice for the insanity defense. We're not pleading insanity. So that has no bearing here. We're not saying that he has some type of mental condition. He's not a
Megan, what are you going to
any
school
type
for?
of mental health condition other than what's stated in here.
My classes don't start till the
So
20th.
it is very clear the state has exact notice
I'm still in my other
of
class.
what's being alleged by Dr. Lewis. And even if they don't, Dr. Lewis has been ordered to be deposed this morning. He is ready and waiting in the virtual waiting room for the court to admit his testimony. And finally, I find it rich that the state says this is untimely. This court, again, didn't file a scheduling order. That means Rule 16 discovery applies up until the day of. I was given a video from Walgreens
Oh, that's
that I had never
interesting.
seen before. And when did I receive this video from the state? January the 9th. I'm sorry, January the 8th. The state has provided discovery.
Oh, so they gave him
monumental amounts of
discovery last
important
week.
Discovery in the last 45 days. At no point did this defense seek a continuance for providing this discovery.
That's
The
on
state
you, boo.
hasn't sought, or the defense hasn't sought to exclude the discovery based on Rule 16 violations because there isn't one. There isn't a court order.
Oh,
It really wasn't until the defense met with the state, and we saw the theme and theory of their case. The state is asking you to read between the lines of an autopsy report. But General Moyle said at the last hearing, and in his own response to this notice, that they are going to allege that Jasmine was shackled while alive and then killed. That is nowhere contained in any discovery, any evidence. We are surprised. We are being ambushed with this same information. And once it came to the realization that they're providing this information to prove their theme, well, then it became necessary to show that Jason doesn't have or has a condition that would prevent it or negated premeditation. And that's what Dr. Lewis's testimony is all about. There is nothing preventing him from testifying at trial. The state is not prejudiced. They'll have full opportunity to depose him. They'll have a full opportunity to voir dire him during trial, and they'll have a full opportunity to cross-examine him during the course of the trial. It's not unfair. And we ask that the court deny their motion to exclude Dr. Lewis. Of course, Judge.
Totally easy. The Walgreens video that we provided recently, in any way unfairly prejudicial to your case, to the degree that you're asking for consent?
No.
While, I don't like filing scheduling orders. I know when I was practicing that a lot of work does get done as it builds up the trial, and so therefore a lot of things have to happen. As long as everyone communicates, I've never had it be a problem. I don't even know if it's a problem today. We're certainly discussing it. But while 12.2, as everyone knows, doesn't necessarily put a specific timeline on it except before trial. This is something that apparently the advisory committee has looked at a lot. In the notes, it's in the case law, it repeatedly refers to unfair surprise. But the state is unfairly surprised. So apparently it's a common practice or common occurrence, I should say, that a lot of times these experts are brought up at the last part of the trial prep. So that's why there's a lot of case law. And so in this particular case, I'm clear when you ask for funds for the expert.
I don't know why they don't have captioning available. It just infuriates me.
Expert can help you out with this, helping you cross-examination, or just looking at the case and helping you think different angles for sure. It seems like it got rushed at some point, and it's almost like when the state allowed or was allowed to use the demonstrative exhibit, that solidified or caused you to need the service that this expert has provided you so far. There's thinking on motion, kind of encapsulates it. We could talk about it once the defense attorney, as a defense attorney, you promptly secured an expert who issued court length for that is state discloses the last minute evidence for premeditation less than a month before, despite the case being for 2 years. Upon receiving this late disclosure, the defendant promptly secured an expert who issued court. So that's how I'm interpreting that. Is the acceleration came from the hearings in December where we talk about the exhibits and the ones that are deemed to be admissible. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Cameraman, you're making me nauseated. Woo.
Your Honor, may I briefly respond to some of that timeline?
I'm going to have to turn on my live captioning.
It was only once they learned the theme and theory of the state's theme and theory that they realized that the state was going to allege that she was shackled at the time the injuries occurred. But that timeline actually doesn't work in terms of the timeline of their expert witness, because the meeting that we had with them in which we discussed and went over the demonstrative exhibit was December 13th. The day that they got that demonstrative exhibit was December 11th. Based on email communication and the representation of defense counsel, they confirmed Dr. Lewis's availability on December 7th. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
There are many reasons to retain an expert. When Mr. Wise approached me on it, I wasn't sure exactly how this expert could be used. It might be just for consultation, it might be for sitting in court for cross-examination. And so I don't really hold that against Mr. Wise as far as retaining an expert. It seems that the purpose for which this expert being offered now seems to be accelerated with the demonstrative exhibit. That's not my interpretation, but if you want to respond to that.
Well, that goes against what the defense just represented on the record, though, Your Honor. They're saying that this expert became significant after they saw the demonstrative exhibit and also realized the theme and theory of the state, which, by the way, they are not entitled to, which shows how transparent the state has been. That the defense is not entitled to our theme or theory until opening statement, of course. But in Mr. Weiss's motion, he states this assertion necessitated the defense's consultation with an expert witness to address and analyze the state's claims concerning the photographs purportedly depicted. That's not true. The expert confirmed his availability to meet with the defendant on December 7th. The timeline doesn't make sense. Another note, Your Honor, the court was on the phone on Friday. The court asked Mr. Weiss if he could describe the mental condition just so that the parties could know. He says voluntary intoxication. This morning it's diminished capacity, which is not a mental condition. It's a legal conclusion. So he actually put us on notice of voluntary intoxication, which is not the mental condition. Again, unfairness. The state is now more confused. Diminished capacity because he was intoxicated. Well, that's voluntary intoxication, which is not mentioned in the expert's memorandum. Again, more confusion. And let me add, Your Honor, it's not just that the state will need to, over the next 2 weeks, while General Moyle and I are proving Mr. Chen guilty to a jury of 12, it's not just that we need to secure a rebuttal expert, but we also have to subpoena records. We would be interested in all types of records of the defendant if he's claiming diminished capacity on November 23rd, 2022. We're going to be interested in new witnesses that maybe he was communicating with, witnesses that may know about his capacity on or around November 23rd. This requires the state to do more. And General Moyle and I don't have time. That's the point of Rule 12.2 and every other rule that requires timely notice, Judge. That is the point. Any questions, Judge?
Your Honor, it's putting us behind the 8 ball. You're making us work. Your Honor.
On the expert report itself, looking at page 4.
I feel her, but I want to go.
But Your Honor.
I know. I'm in that mood.
Bolded, I guess, conclusion, what he testified to. I concluded to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that it's highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed the requisite premeditation for the act of criminal homicide. I assume that is the central aspect of his testimony. You'd be able to elaborate on that, but it would be that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
This is going to be good, y'all.
Is that it says highly unlikely, which introduces an amount of speculation about this particular. It's not conclusive. I'm not saying the state has to agree to it, but it seems that highly unlikely is subjective, that is cutting to the Daniel factors. I don't know whether that would be substantially helpful to try our facts, to introduce a speculative opinion that highly unlikely. Instead of, he's concluded that Mr. Chen did not possess.
Wow.
Interpretation. Could you respond to that?
Yes. I don't think it's, forensic psychology is not an exact science. We even give leeway to exact sciences. This court deals with BACs.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Bullbutter. She was a blast. Love her.
100%. So there is no type of
And her audience. They're so great. Love you guys too. Love you lots.
Happen or this person or didn't have this mental condition. They can only base it on a number of factors. I would show the court that in the last part of that memorandum, you can see the testing that Dr. Lewis conducted, and that testing shows the which are standardized testing. It shows the base raw scores from where he gets his opinion from. I think the question that the court asks is a very good question, but it's better directed towards Dr. Lewis.
I could not believe she's never heard of toilet talk or toilet fishing. Toilet talk and toilet fishing. If you don't know what those are, go back and watch it.
Looking at this, if I understand, and looking at page 6, it says a single standard score generally be indexed and produced by measure having a mean of 100. If I'm understanding this correctly, Mr. Chen scored a 94. Seems pretty close to me. I don't know how much that would have impacted his decision. Maybe a test that gives everyone. The other scores, she got to test the trauma symptom inventory. Looks like based upon self-report, where the person taking the test is asked how often each symptom happened in the past 6 months when Mr. Chen was incarcerated. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, she is. She is.
The jury have these scores. Someone who's obviously been incarcerated for a long time.
I asked Dr. Lewis, that's a very interesting set of questions. I asked Dr. Lewis about that. I said, well, wouldn't the evaluation
Thank you for the microphone.
More better effective, more closer to the event than now? And he actually said, no, that's not the case. It gives after time and reflection and gives them an ability to answer, I guess, more honestly.
I still want.
Again, that's a better question directed towards Dr. Lewis.
Next time we see Miss Boone, we'll look and see if she's got any acne spots around her mouth, so we would know if she's been doing toilet talk or not. No, they get what they call it the potty mouth. They do. When they do toilet talk, they get what's called the potty mouth, and it smells like you ate a bunch of caca. And people know who does the toilet talk just by the breath and then the acne. It's gross. Very gross, nasty. Blech.
For the court on this particular motion by state to exclude the expert of the record reflects there was an effort by Mr. Weiss to secure an expert to follow Weiss. And everyone agrees that this particular expert's testimony in this report was generated from.
Don't forget to like and put I liked.
Ruling about allowing a demonstrative piece of evidence. And so, looking at it in that lens, we did pick a jury. And I'll start by saying this: while we're picking a jury, I know this was mentioned, but I don't see this as unethical. I don't see it as something that Mr. Weiss waited until the last minute and orchestrated this from day one. It does feel very rushed. Again, this evaluation happened on Tuesday, less than a week ago.
So Sarah Boone has potty mouth on more than one level. First level potty mouth, she cusses like a sailor. Then her breath stinks. Can you imagine how bad it's going to get if she's toilet talking?
It's out that they did not get the voir dire on a mental condition because they didn't know. Our Friday phone conversation involved diminished capacity. Put on the record, we talked about whether it's sanity or not. And Mr. White said it wasn't insanity, so that leaves only a few things. Diminished capacity was something that was mentioned, as well as voluntary intoxication. The report doesn't mention voluntary intoxication. And again, the highly likely seems speculative to me. So I interpret all this in the using a greater overall analysis as it just seems very hurried, and which makes sense. It was something that the state, once they got the demonstrative evidence in, that's when we see this uptick in activity. And so I can conclude fairly that the expert's testimony was based on the defense's stated need to respond to it with this particular expert's testimony. Neither side's asking for a continuance. If this case were to be continued, it would be a huge waste of resources. But the record should reflect that I would do that. If it came down to something that truly would cause either side to not have a fair trial, I would recommend a continuance in this case. I don't think that's necessary in this particular event. Again, my interpretation is that Mr. Weiss secured an expert for numerous reasons. In December, when the demonstrative evidence was inadmissible, that's when things started to coalesce around this particular direction. And so I do think that the demonstrative evidence aspect is key and foundational to why we're here today arguing about this particular expert. So the ruling from the court is that, as talked about, as discussed by defense counsel, conceives that the expert's testimony would be that it would be highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed direct premeditation to the act of criminal homicide. I don't see that as actually rising to the level of anything that's going to be helpful to this jury. I don't think it introduces speculation. What is highly unlikely? Perhaps he could answer that, but in contrast to the DUI experts or the engineering experts for crash reconstructions, that they have a range. They can say clearly that it happened to where the defendant's speed was within this range. It was not less than this amount or not more than this amount. With DUI, they can speculate it's at least 0.05, but not more than 0.12. In this particular case, I don't think that the expert's testimony is concrete enough to be helpful to the jury. I don't think we need to depose him or that if that's what his opinion would be. I do think that out of an abundance of precaution, the state's not going to like this part, but
been there, done that. I'm sorry, babe.
My ruling about letting the demonstrative evidence in. The ruling is that the demonstrative evidence cannot come in as an exhibit. The state can certainly use it demonstratively if they wish to let the jury draw the conclusion. And also about the expert in the state's Dr. Cogswell. The defense has been expressed concerns that Dr. Cogswell will provide evidence that says that this was premeditated. I don't think this would have come in, but just for clarity, whenever you're directing Dr. Cogswell, you cannot say, is this indicative of premeditation? That's something that would have been objectionable to anyway. I'm not saying you would, but just where we are today, based on defense attorneys' assertions that the medical examiner's testimony might be unfairly utilized for him to opine that it was premeditated. Obviously, you can't ask anything about that. Okay?
Correct, Your Honor. He's one of the pathologists, not psychiatrist, psychologist. So that's not still his expertise.
And so based on those factors, let the state's motion to exclude expert testimony be granted.
Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Please, I would appreciate it.
Dr. Lewis answer some questions.
Remember, shares get some points too in the end of the month drawing. Not today's, but the end of the month.
At this point, I'll let you direct the witness.
So he's going to, they're going to do a voir dire of the expert witness. I'm frustrated that they don't have captioning. I have a captioning on my computer. If you have a PC, go into search button and put live caption. Click on that and you will have captioning on the computer itself, not within the program. It frustrates me because I'm all about accessibility and there's no reason why every stream does not have live captioning selected on it. And I will be contacting Channel 9 ABC News and asking them for that. Oh, by the way, while we have this little break, I do have a hard stop for me I have an appointment at 12 o'clock. So I will, if this is up and going, I will leave it up and going. And then what I will do is I'll have it up and going and then I'll be on my phone in the background. If between 11:45 Central Time and I think they're Central Time too. So I got mascara in my eye. 11:45 Central to about 1:30, I will not be available, but I will be live. And if they go to lunch, then I'll pop off the live and then we'll hop back on. Yes, if you go down into the Apple phones, I don't know how to do it on Samsung, but go down into the Apple phone and go down to accessibility, go all the way down to the hearing and go all the way to the end. You can get live captioning on your phone. I use it all the time. I use the live captioning all the time. People have no idea. Last night, I really did not hear Kenita a whole lot, but I was reading everything she was saying. I think he was before the Boone trial, wasn't he? Wasn't that before Miss Boone, Honey Boone Boone? Who knows? He probably just got it thinking, how am I going to get her in the river? Oh, Suitcase. Just saying. Oh, I still have all my stuff up from my live last night. Okay, let's zoom. Okay. The airplanes have banned pretty much all suitcases. If you didn't hear about that,
Good morning, sir.
they made the carry-ons even smaller. Yep. Then maybe he did hear it from Ms. Boom Boom, Honey Boom Boom.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you please state your name?
I am Dr. Douglas E. Lewis Jr.
And Dr. Lewis, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic psychologist.
What is a forensic psychologist?
As a forensic psychologist.
A forensic psychologist is a clinical psychologist who uses psychological principles to answer legal issues.
Y'all need to let me know how the volume is with this. It's hard.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been
Talk, watch the word.
for about 5 years now.
To become a forensic psychologist.
We got to watch that word toxic.
Education.
Run,
Yes. So you have
red
to,
rum aisle.
So you have to earn a graduate degree, in particular a doctorate in psychology. And in order to do that, one must have 4 years of didactic instruction, in addition to 3,000 hours, usually minimum, in practicum experiences, which is hands-on experience under supervision. Then
Oh,
one
I spelled it wrong.
go through a match process in order to get a pre-doctoral internship, which is a year-long internship, and then you earn the doctorate. Once you earn the doctorate, you must participate in a postdoctoral experience, and that is for at least 1 year, and then you become licensed as a psychologist.
So what schooling did you receive?
So initially, I earned my bachelor's degree from the University of Virginia in mathematics, finance concentration in 2009. And then later, I earned a terminal master's degree of education in clinical mental health counseling from Lynchburg College, which is now referred to as University of Lynchburg, in 2013. And then in 2019, I graduated with a doctor of psychology.
Y'all, I could care less about his background on this, but I will say this. Y'all are funny as hell. Walmart has a red room aisle, and all hardware store has a red room aisle. But then you sit there and tell me that McDonald's and Waffle House are the places to go after committing red room. I thought that was IHOP or Denny's. I don't know, y'all.
Psychology and clinical psychology from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C. And then later, I completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Emory School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry and Law Service.
So he's a smart man. Oh, we don't have Waffle House here, not where I live. San Antonio does.
I graduated in 2019 with my doctorate.
And you've been practicing out for the last 5 years?
Yes.
And what does your practice?
Approximately.
What does your practice entail?
My practice entails both civil and criminal justice cases. So I conduct competency to stand trial evaluation,
Welcome, Kathy Martinez.
For mental status at the time of the offense evaluation, violence risk assessment, psychosexual evaluation, independent medical evaluations, workers' comp evaluations, personal injury evaluations. And that's for both juveniles and adults.
Have you ever worked in the prison system before?
Yes. So I began
9 degrees in Wisconsin. Oh, what happened?
I became somewhat of the de facto clinical director within a prison
Sorry, guys.
in 2021. Not only did I work with housing placements in terms of their psychological status, I also provided treatment in what is considered here in Georgia high max. So those are individuals who have not only committed murder or other heinous crimes outside of the prison, but also those of which who have done the same thing within the carceral environment.
Have you ever testified in a court before?
I have.
How many times?
I would say approximately 10 times. I've testified in court.
Is it just criminal cases, or do you do both criminal and civil?
It has been criminal and civil.
In the criminal cases that you have participated in, have you always represented a defendant?
No, I have not. I have been on the prosecution side before. I think the last time I was on the prosecution side was probably in 2022 or 2023.
It's 40. Excuse me. It's 44 degrees here, y'all. It was 33 when we woke up.
Are you licensed in Georgia?
I am.
Are you licensed in Tennessee?
I am not licensed in Tennessee. What I got was a temporary authorization to practice psychology through the board in Tennessee.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I want to talk a little bit specifically more about this case involving Jason Chen. Do you remember when my or when I was recognized as an expert? Would you like to be recognized as an expert? Oh, yes, sir. At this time, the defense moves to offer Dr. Douglas E. Lewis as an expert in forensic psychology. State one audience Lewis.
Your Honor, this is, as a proffer, the state doesn't have a right to cross-examination. So if this is.
Welcome, Jay-Z. Okay, let's take a quick break. Just we got a bunch of new people hopping on, so let me catch everybody up. All right. So the jury has been selected. The jury has been sequestered over the weekend. And the prosecution was ready to start their case in chief today. However, the defense last minute dumped on them an expert witness that they had not had to prepare for. And he is a forensic psychologist, and he's going to be talking about mental illness. And so the state very professionally and wonderfully threw their heels up in the air and said, hell no. As my friend Tracy would have said, my sister would have said,
Bitch, please.
So anyway, So they argued, I think they kind of wanted a mistrial because they voir dired all of the jurors based on the type of trial it was going to be. They said that we didn't know this was going to be a mental case trial, basically, that you were going to be declaiming any kind of mental issues, past or present. And overall, they don't want this expert witness in, and if it comes in, they don't want to do the trial because everything was based off of the fact that he was saying that he was what's the word they used? I can't remember. But in long story short, that they're throwing their heels up in the air over this expert witness that was dumped on them just a day or so ago, if that much. So, yes, please take a moment to hit the like button. If you do so, type in ILIKED, just like you see here in the banner, and you will be entered in for the drawing that will get you into the end of the month drawing. Every day I pick, there's one of you who gets entered into the end of the month drawing. If you subscribed, if you shared, and if you become members, all of those entries will continue to compile. You get a chance every day to be in the I like to subscribe drawing. So with that, that's kind of where we are right now. The gentleman on the screen is the forensic psychologist, and he is the one, senior, sir, Dr. Lewis. I should put DR on that instead of SR. Go figure. That's what happens when you do things before your cup of coffee. Lord knows that was before a cup of coffee. So we're going to get back to it. I'm upset that there's no closed captioning. If you are on a PC, you can use your live caption and go down into the search on your main screen and search live captioning, and it will pop up. If you're on an Apple phone, go to your accessibilities, scroll all the way down past the hearing section, and you'll see live captioning there. If you're on a Samsung and a Mac, I'm not too sure.
I'm proceeding if you want to even have him qualify as an expert.
Yes, you get 10 entries if you become a member. And if you gift memberships, both of you get 10 entries. If you get 5, you get 50 entries.
Dr. Lewis, you said that you got your doctor of psychology in 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you were not licensed as a psychologist until 2021. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. I was licensed in August 2020.
Okay, August 2020. And then in Virginia, it was August of 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So licensed as a psychologist, and your degrees in clinical psychology, which is different than forensic psychology, correct?
It is the generalist form, but forensic psychology is a specialty. One must be a clinical psychologist.
Okay, I need to clarify this. For those of you who are not in the medical field or medically savvy, MD is a general field, OBGYN is a specialty, internist is a specialty, podiatrist is a specialty. In psychology, you have a basic psychology degree, and then you go and get your then you can go get your specialties, your LMFT, your licensed family married, your LLPC, your forensic, all of those, there are subspecialties. So he is a licensed psychologist with a subspecialty of forensic psychology.
In order to be a forensic psychologist.
So I'm sorry. Did you get a degree in forensic psychology or clinical psychology?
Both.
No such degree exists. You cannot get a doctorate in forensic psychology and practice as a forensic psychologist. You must be a clinical psychologist first, and then you must specialize in forensic psychology.
I understand. Okay. And you stated that the Chicago School of Professional Psychology is in Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
Yes, I was at the Washington, D.C. campus.
You went to school physically in Washington, D.C.?
No, I did not.
Yes,
So
Dr.
essentially
Butter.
what happened was I earned my degree or
I use it every
I'm
day.
matriculated at the Georgia School of Professional Psychology in Atlanta, Georgia. While I was on pre-doctoral internship,
My puppy
as a
needs
superior
a
court of
comfort
district
break. I'll be right
Columbia,
back. I'm still here, just
unfortunately,
not on camera.
the school abruptly closed while I was on pre-doctoral internship. And so what happened was the American Psychological Association, in addition to the Department of Education, moved those of us who were affected by the school's abrupt closure to the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C. So essentially, it was somewhat of a pro forma or formality in terms of a teach-out agreement that was reached by the Department of Education and the American Psychological Association in 2019.
You went to online school.
No, sir. Excuse me. No, ma'am. You cannot go to online school and graduate and get a license in Georgia. You must go in person. I went in person for 4 years to get my didactic instruction, and then I matched to my first choice at the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
But on your resume, it states from 2015 to 2019, you were a psychometrist in Atlanta, Georgia.
I was. I went to school in Atlanta, Georgia, ma'am.
But your resume says that you went to the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so let me explain again.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, I'm very confused.
I know I want to help you if you allow me to, ma'am. So I matriculated at the Georgia School of Professional Psychology, which was located in Atlanta, Georgia. While going to school in person, because I come from humble beginnings, I also had to work. So I worked as a psychometrist alongside with getting my doctorate from the Georgia School of Professional Psychology. Part of the training in psychology is this. You must go to school for 4 years and receive didactic instruction and practical experiences. Then you must match at an APA or American Psychological Association accredited internship. I matched at my first choice, which was the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. While I was on pre-doctoral internship, which is a year-long working supervised experience, my school, the Georgia School of Professional Psychology, abruptly closed around March the 8th of 2019. The Department of Education and the American Psychological Association, understanding that we were about to graduate and the school closed, did what is called a teach-out agreement. The teach-out agreement was with the Chicago School of Professional Psychology, the Washington, D.C. campus. And that is where I graduated from.
Okay. Your resume states that you are
Bye,
an adjunct assistant
Toxic.
professor at Emory University.
Enjoy your lunch,
So
Toxic.
the year that you received your licensing, you also became an adjunct assistant professor at Emory.
Yes.
And your LinkedIn says that you've been an adjunct assistant professor
Thank you,
from
Yana.
September 2021 into present. So which one is correct?
What is correct is what's on my CV. So what happened was I graduated from the postdoctoral fellowship program in 2020. As soon as I graduated, because of my work, they wanted me to stay on to teach others. And so 2020 would be the correct date.
So September 2021 on your LinkedIn is not accurate.
If it says September 2021 on my LinkedIn, it must not be accurate. Let's go with my CV, please. That is the most up-to-date and accurate.
Okay. And a lot of your work has been with inmates, correct?
That is correct.
And a majority of your work has been has involved defendants' competency to stand trial. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's the majority of my work, no. I've done a lot of work with competency to stand trial, and I also was integral in developing a jail-based competency restoration program, and I've also published on competency restoration. But I wouldn't say it's the majority of my work, no.
What is the majority of your work?
The majority of my work just includes the specialty of forensic psychology. So I do civil and criminal work, and it really just depends.
What is the majority of your work?
I wouldn't ascribe anything as being the majority other than the work of forensic psychology. So forensic psychology includes both civil and criminal work, and that is the majority of my work. It's not a particular type of evaluation or type of activity that I would say would be the majority.
Depending on the degree, depending on the institution, yes.
Okay, and you testified that you have testified approximately 10 times in both criminal and civil court?
In totality.
10 times. And how many of those times were in criminal court or in a criminal case?
I really don't recall. I would say the majority of them were criminal. I think only 2 of them involved civil, and that was parental fitness / custody type evaluation. So I would say it was definitely the majority criminal. I probably prepared over 100 reports for the court, and so I would say the majority would likely be criminal.
Okay, so 8 criminal cases. Of those 8, how many involved a homicide?
1.
Okay, and
I want to clarify something for Dr. Bullbetter and others. I mean, not that I agree with it. I'm just clarifying that when you finish your doctoral program, sometimes some of the smaller colleges will hire on someone who recently graduated to teach the lower level classes. Not too sure I agree with that. I believe experience is vital, and book knowledge is great. I was a photographer for years. I had my own studio for years. And a lot of times I hired people that had experience and no college over anybody who had college only. You can have all the book knowledge, but if you don't have the experience behind it, you ain't going to do so hot. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Not too sure I like it or agree with it myself, but we'll see.
what did your testimony involve in that case?
I don't know if I can get into the specifics of that, but what I will say is that I was retained by the defense on that case.
Was your testimony regarding the defendant's competency to stand trial?
Oh, no. My testimony was regarding mitigation for sentencing.
So you testified at a sentencing hearing?
Yes.
And you understand that there's a difference between testifying and being tendered as an expert witness and qualified by a court as an expert witness, correct?
In the state of Virginia, where I testified for this particular case, I was for here.
How many times have you been qualified by a court as an expert witness?
I would say approximately 10 times.
Where?
Each time that I testified, I had to be for here by both sides.
I'm not asking about voir dire. I'm asking about tendered and qualified as an expert witness in a case. Qualified as an expert witness.
If I'm understanding it correctly, approximately 10 times.
You testified that you often do evaluations on mental state at the time of the offense.
Yeah. So it's called different things based on the state. So in Georgia, it would be called criminal responsibility. In Virginia, it would be called an insanity evaluation. So I just generally said, but both of them are the same in that it is assessing or evaluating one's mental status at their time of the offense.
You believe that insanity is the same as mental culpability?
No, I don't think I said that, ma'am. What I was saying is that the statute is named differently based on the state. So some would call them mental status at the time of the offense. Georgia, for example, calls it criminal responsibility, and Virginia would call it insanity. But it's state dependent, and the state determines what the legal standing is for that.
Okay. on your resume, there's a section entitled Adult-Clinical. And it states that in 2011 and 2012, you were, it doesn't say what your position was. It just says adult psychiatry / co-occurring disorders inpatient at Virginia Baptist Hospital.
That is correct.
But in 2011 and 2012, the only degree that you had was in mathematics.
That is correct.
Virginia Baptist Hospital was allowing you to work in a psychiatry department with a mathematics degree?
Yes, ma'am. So in Virginia, there is a title called Qualified Mental Health Professional, or QMHP. And as long as you have a bachelor's degree and you take the continuing education, they will give you a certification called a Qualified Mental Health Professional. And so that is what I became, and that's how I was able to work at Virginia Baptist. I also interned at Virginia Baptist under the supervision of a clinical psychologist while I was earning my terminal master's degree in clinical mental health counseling from what is now called the University of Lynchburg.
One moment, Earl. What is a psychometrist?
A psychometrist is essentially an individual who has at least a master's degree, who has been trained to conduct psychological assessments, or which involves administration, interpreting, and scoring. And that individual must be supervised by a psychologist.
And your resume states that you were a psychometrist from 2015 to 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is while
And
you
in
were,
that role,
what?
in that role from 2018 to 2019, I took on I was a reviewing psychometrist, which is a little bit different from actually administering the scores or administering the measures. So from 2015 to 2018, I was in person actually administering the psychological test, it's scoring and interpreting and writing reports. From 2018 to 2019 as a psychometrist, they had me review other psychometrist reports for their accuracy and then send them to the psychologist.
Okay. And let's turn to your teaching experience. From 2016 to 2018, you have two separate places in your teaching experience. It says that you were a teaching assistant with the Georgia School of Professional Psychology. What are the differences between those two? Why is that listed twice on your resume?
Because I was a teaching assistant for multiple professors in my graduate program.
And you were also a psychometrist at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
You were also working in Beaufort, Georgia in that time.
That was as an intern, but yes, ma'am.
And you were also in College Park.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's turn towards this case. What were you asked to do in the case of State versus Jason Chen?
I was asked to assess or evaluate the issue of premeditation.
When were you asked to do that?
December the 10th is when I was asked to do that, of 2024.
When was your first communication with defense counsel in this case?
It was late evening, December 7th of 2024.
And you said that you were asked about premeditation. What does that mean?
Premeditation as defined by the state of Tennessee.
As it relates to Jason Chen?
Yes.
What is the offense date in this case?
I don't recall the exact offense date. I do recall that it was in 2022.
Okay.
I believe it was November of 2022.
And were you asked to evaluate the defendant for mental condition?
Yes, I suppose that was a part of it, yes.
What were the other parts of it?
Well, the only thing that I was asked was about the issue of communication. But of course, if I'm conducting a psychological evaluation, there is a possibility that a mental condition could emerge or be revealed. But my understanding, my understanding was that that individual had never had any mental condition. But part of a psychological evaluation, such could be revealed.
Did you decide that Mr. Chen has a mental condition?
I did not give Mr. Chen a formal diagnosis. However, Mr. Chen does have some, what I would call some mental health or psychiatric challenges, to include depression and anxiety.
Dr. Lewis, I'm sorry to interrupt. The technical transmission of what you said a moment ago didn't completely come through. I think I understand what you said, so make sure you say you did not give him a formal diagnosis.
That is correct. So I did not give Mr. Chen a formal diagnosis. However, I do know that he has some psychiatric or mental health challenges.
How do you know that?
Depression and anxiety. Based on psychological testing, based on my interview with him, and my observations of him.
When you say psychological testing, are you referring to the tests that are mentioned at the end of your memorandum?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you aware of how long Mr. Chen's been in the Hamilton County Jail?
Approximately, since his arrest, I would say approximately 2.5 years.
And are you able to opine as to when he developed his depression and anxiety?
My opinion is that he developed it during childhood.
So I'm assuming that you had reviewed his medical records from childhood forward.
I reviewed what was in the discovery, and in the discovery, I did not see any medical records.
I'm assuming that you interviewed his parents to learn more about his childhood.
I reviewed the statements that were in the discovery from his parents, particularly his mother. But other than that, no, I did not interview his parents.
The statements from his mother that included that he did not have a mental condition?
Yes. I saw that in the discovery, multiple times individuals indicated that he did not have a mental condition. I disagree.
Because Jason told you that he did.
No, he actually did not. He said he doesn't have any problems either.
So what did you rely on? You had no medical records. You did not interview his mother and father when it comes to childhood issues. The defendant denies having any kind of mental condition. What did you rely on?
I rely on my years of experience since 2010 of working in the mental health field across jurisdictions. I also relied upon my review of the discovery, all the documentation that was in there. I relied upon my interview with Mr. Chen, which involved many questions, to include questions that are diagnostic, questions that are violence risk, questions that are about his sexual history. I also relied upon objective testing, psychological testing that is peer reviewed, and all the other things that were in discovery. And that is what I relied upon, which is best practices in terms of the field of forensic psychology. It was a multi-method approach.
You've only spent 3.5 hours with Mr. Chen.
Approximately 3.75 hours.
Oh,
yes.
I apologize. You've only spent 3.75 hours with Mr. Chen in Mr. Chen's entire life.
That is correct.
And that was last week.
January the 2nd.
And you administered 3 tests during that 3.75 hours?
Yes, and that took him about 50 minutes or so to do the 3 tests.
50 minutes. He did 3 tests in 50 minutes?
Yes, one of them you have to finish within 16 minutes for it because it cuts off on you. So one of them was time.
So, and then the rest of the 3 hours, you just simply asked him questions about his mental condition that he doesn't have?
No, I asked him questions basically about his life from birth to present. So those questions are across the board. Some of which are the questions you don't really know, or the individual or the examinee really doesn't know why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking. They appear they're not face valid. So the questioning is not just about a mental condition.
You base your opinion that it's highly unlikely that Mr. Chen could form premeditation in 2022 based on 3.75 hours with Mr. Chen. 50 minutes of those were consisted of him taking 3 tests to help you decide this issue.
And also over 14 years of experience of working with justice-involved persons.
And one of those cases in 14 years involved a homicide.
No, many of them did. Only one of them I testified for, but I've done many murder cases that I've written for. Usually the court stipulates to my reports. So I don't testify a lot.
Well, but your reports don't have to do with premeditation at the time of the offense.
But they have to do with murder, which is what you asked, I thought.
Okay. None of your reports have had to do with premeditation at the time of the offense.
No.
And in your memorandum to the court, did you mention depression or anxiety?
I don't believe that I did say that. I don't believe I said that explicitly. However, if you look at the end where the tables of the testing, even a layperson can see that some of the scales are elevated regarding depression and anxiety. But no, I don't think I explicitly indicated that in the memorandum.
Have you ever been in jail, Dr. Lewis?
As a professional, yes, I've been in many jails and prisons.
Of the people that you've worked with, how many of them experience depression and anxiety?
Probably most of them.
You stated in your memorandum that you relied on a handful of articles or websites, in one case, a book, to form your conclusion in the case of Jason Chen. Is that correct?
Relied on is probably not the right language. I would say that those items, in addition to all the other methods, that's how I form my opinion. So essentially, I provided those for individuals who are not versed in mental health or forensic psychology, etc. But yes, those were a part of forming my opinion because it gives foundation of knowledge for those who are not privy or not in this area.
Sure. Your report says, and a review of pertinent research, and then it cites to footnotes 5 through 15.
Okay, y'all. Mama is one of the few people I will always take a phone call from. Papa is 90 years old. Mama is 8 something years old. And They both have gotten that horrific bronchitis thing going around. And so I always avail myself to them when they're sick. Thank you for your patience. But that is Mama. And his family comes for work. So appreciate y'all's understanding and just putting up with that for a minute. Tell me what happened. It's so hard for me to read and listen to Mama. I'm worried about her, but she said she's feeling better. Papa is doing better. He went and got himself checked and the lungs are okay. You know, he just turned 90. We just had a celebration. Anything like any kind of illness can take them under it. That's, take anyone under at that age. So thank God they're getting better. Thank you, Jay-Z. For those of you who don't know or new to the channel, I lost my sister a month ago, and it has been a very difficult time. Very difficult time. This is not my sister was not my mother's daughter. I'm adopted. I've got a lot of spiritual family and non-family family. But yes, it's horrible. Everybody stay healthy. Try to stay healthy. All right, somebody catch me up. Is this guy a whack job or is he for real? What's y'all's opinion? Whack job or for real? I'll keep listening.
Is that correct?
Thank you so much.
And
Thank you.
number 5, the title is Proactive and Reactive Aggression, a Developmental Perspective. Are you going to opine about Mr. Chen's aggressive behavior?
I intend to educate the court about, some people call it in literature proactive and reactive aggression, and then in some literature it's called affective and predatory aggression or violence. And so what I want to do is educate the court about the difference between affective or reactive aggression versus predatory or proactive aggression.
And what does that have to do with Mr. Chen's mental state on November 23rd, 2022?
Well, what that has to do with it
I
is
started a
that
poll
in terms of premeditation,
just because I could.
typically one shows that they have predatory or proactive violence or aggression. And there are certain items that must be there, or factors or traits that must be there for such. And when in issues that are raised about premeditation, where someone's arguing that an individual doesn't have premeditation, then one would look at affective or reactive aggression, because those have certain elements or traits. And so what I would like to do is, what I intend to do is to educate the court on the differences of the two.
You understand in this case you would not be testifying to the court, right?
We're not testifying to the court. I'm saying educating the court about the difference, because the differences of
Oh my
those
God,
two,
thank you, Toxic.
the difference of those two items goes into my opinion about the issue of premeditation.
How do those issues relate to diminished capacity?
They don't relate to diminished capacity.
But that's what your finding is from Mr. Chen.
I didn't say anything about diminished capacity. I didn't use those terms. My understanding is that that is not a term that's in Tennessee, but that it is recognized in Tennessee, but I'm not using those terms. What I'm saying about Mr. Chen has to do with affective or reactive aggression, as well as the impact of substance use. However, I'm not explicitly using those terms or that term.
All mods, please go to mod management Discord.
What
All
is
mods,
your
please go to
finding
mod
as
management
to
Discord.
Jason Chen's mental condition on November 23rd, 2022?
My finding is that Jason Chen likely displayed affective aggression while also under the influence of substances.
And what evidence or information do you have that Mr. Chen was under any type of influence of substances on November 23rd, 2022?
In terms of evidence, the only thing that I have is that his report that he was using substances And also, by my questioning of him, many which were not face valid at all, it appears that he has been using substance for many years.
Patty, oh my God, thank you. Holy
You agree
crap.
that using
You're
substances
so
for many
amazing.
years
Thank
doesn't
you.
mean that you were intoxicated on November 23rd, 2022, right?
I do agree with that. However, in my work with substance users and individuals that are just as involved, people just don't stop using substances.
So you are going to testify that Mr. Chen was under the influence of
Hi,
a
Rhonda.
substance on November 23rd, 2022 because Mr. Chen said he was?
I'm not going to testify directly in that way. What I'm testifying to is that he reported that he was under the use of substances. And the psychological testing suggests that he does have issues with drugs.
So you
So
can't.
I'm not directly reporting that. I'm reporting that that's what he informed me of. And based on his psychological testing, it suggests that he does have issues or challenges with drug use.
Well, you said you've gone through discovery in this case, correct?
Yeah.
When did you receive discovery in this case?
It had to have been the week of December 17th, because it wasn't until December 17th that the Tennessee board allowed me to have temporary authorization to conduct the evaluation.
So, homicide cases involve an extreme amount of evidence, correct?
Yes, they do.
And between December 17th and January 7th, would you say that you went through all of the discovery that was delivered to you by the defense attorney?
Between then and January 7th, I would say no. I went through most of it. And since that time, I have gone through all of it.
What did they deliver?
Okay, for those of you who don't know who are just joining, Chen is on trial for unaliving a woman by handcuffing and stabbing like 90 times and putting her in a suitcase and dumping her in the Tennessee River. They were slotted to start the prosecution's case. They got their jury. They have them from another town. So there's, and they are being sequestered. And they show up in court this morning, prosecution ready to start, when the defense throws in a monkey wrench with this expert witness they didn't know about. And they are claiming mental illness. Not that it's a defense, but he's going to speak to it. And so they're doing a voir dire to see if this guy's going to actually testify. Meanwhile, the jury's sitting there twiddling their thumbs going, what the hell just happened, y'all? It's a cray-cray Monday. And just so you know, at 9:45, I will be leaving. Let me check the timestamp on this. 1:31. Yeah, an hour and 31. So yeah, we should be fine. I will be leaving it running. While I leave, I have an appointment, but I will be in the background. I will be able to pop in and say hi. I have an appointment that I've set up a long time ago.
I believe back in 2022.
But I'll keep it rolling. Don't y'all go anywhere.
There was a lot.
And what in that discovery
Thank you, B. Michigan.
indicated that Mr. Chen was under
I'm
the
not too
influence
sure.
of a substance on November 23rd, 2022?
I don't have the warm fuzzies, I'll tell you that.
I don't believe anything explicitly indicated that.
Yeah. And this
And what?
this woman here's a prosecutor. She's livid because she said that they would have done the voir dires differently on the possible jurors had they known that this is the path that this guy is going to go down. It totally destroys their entire plan for this trial because he's changing his tactic like last second. And Sensei, come on, it's okay. Good girl. She's alerting me. Those, because I'm deaf, I have a service dog. She told me somebody came in the door. So anyway, it's one of those things that you're just kind of like, she's like, how do I do this without getting in trouble? Now what the do I do? Because you have totally thrown a wrench in everything and I have nothing. I got nothing. I can't do it. So anyway, it is a sleazy tactic and she is absolutely livid, but being very professional. I really like her.
What's that substance?
He reported that he and the deceased drank an entire bottle of wine, and after they drank an entire bottle of wine, they smoked joints or marijuana, and then they also had wax, which is concentrated THC.
I've never heard concentrated THC called that before. That's interesting. That's new to me.
But you'd agree based on the autopsy report that there's evidence to the contrary of that, correct?
Make sure to hit the like button and comment as you see in the banner, ILIKED, to be entered into the drawing at the end of the month for a $50 gift card to Starbucks or any other establishment that you would like. The winner chooses.
You'd agree that based on the autopsy report, there's evidence to the contrary. Is that correct, Dr. Lewis?
I would agree, but I think that the question you're asking is a bit misleading, given when the body was found and given how the testing was done. Apparently, based on what I saw, it looked like the testing was stopped for some reason. And then also because there had been some time that had passed, and the way that any type of drug enters your body, there's a time where it has a half-life. So it starts to diminish or denature. So I don't think that is I don't think that is a clear question. I would say that yes, the medical examiner said that there was nothing found in terms of substance use, but I don't think I think that question is a bit misleading.
And Dr. Lewis, you don't have a degree in forensic pathology, do you?
I don't, but I know what I've read.
And you don't have a degree in pharmacology, do you?
Let me look, Patty.
However,
I have an iPad right here.
If you are trying to be a clinical, you do have to take psychopharmacology. So I had to learn about pharmacokinetics in terms of medication.
And you can't, as a psychologist, prescribe medication, can you?
I cannot, but psychologists do. They do additional
Okay,
practice.
well, I'm not concerned about other psychologists. You can't prescribe medication, can you, sir?
That is correct.
And your basis of knowledge pertaining to marijuana, based on your memorandum, is one of them is from the DEA website.
The DEA website is good information for laypersons, but I have treated and worked with people who have substance use disorders. So again, what was on the memorandum was for people like you and others who are not trained in working with substance use disorders or psychopathology, and that was for a reference that would be easy for you all to understand. However, I am not solely basing my opinion on the 15 citations that I gave. I'm basing my opinion on years of working with individuals in different jurisdictions who have substance use disorders and also have mental disorders.
But in your memorandum, you'd agree that you referenced these specific articles as what you reviewed to help you form your conclusion in this case.
I said that those articles were useful in forming an opinion. However, they are not the only things that I use. Part of being an expert is that it's the years of working with individuals who have similar or the same types of challenges. So I would not hinge my opinion on just 15 citations. It's also to allow the reader to understand what it is that I'm talking about. So I don't want to be misleading and have you think that only 15 citations, one of which was a DEA website, is how I came up with my opinion. It's actually my years of training and in practice with individuals.
And which of these articles have to do with a defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
None of them.
Which you'd agree is what you would be testifying on, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and, your resume
Oh, stop rustling the
has a
papers.
lengthy list of, publications that you, along with others, have published over the years. The last publication being in 2022.
You have to go to yahoo.com
And I
and
think that publication was republished.
anybody who's on an Apple device, you will not see a membership place. You will see for the super chats. Go into your Safari, go to youtube.com and sign in that way, and you should be able to do it. I don't know why they make it so hard. It irritates the hell out of me, but that's the way they are.
NIH, or the National Institute of Health in 2023.
That's great. Okay, yeah, that one was, the need, the controversy, the impact of COVID-19, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then can you point to which of these publications has to do with a defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
None of them.
Oral presentations, you cite 21 oral presentations, several of which you would agree included yourself and other presenters, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In which of these presentations that you gave relate to the defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
None of them.
How many times have you testified to a defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
Once on the side of the prosecution.
And in that case, did you interview the defendant?
Yes.
For how long?
About an hour.
How far
That's all.
was that interview from the time of the offense? How long after?
I would say approximately maybe like 10 or 11 months after.
And what was your opinion in that case?
My opinion was that he was sane, or he knew what he was doing. So I was on the side of the prosecution.
So that had to do with sanity, is that correct?
Well, in the state of Georgia, it's called criminal responsibility. So I found that he was criminally responsible.
Well, thank you very much for
You
saying
said
that, so.
sanity. So is it sanity or criminal responsibility?
It's criminal
Same.
responsibility. The case was in Georgia.
What type of homicide was that?
It was not a homicide. It was an aggravated assault.
So you've never testified or opined regarding a defendant's ability to form premeditation in a homicide case.
Thank you, Sunny Day.
I'm
One
Richard
sunny
Ford.
day. Thank
And
you.
I have opined that they
Y'all
were
are so
criminally
awesome. You know that?
responsible of a homicide.
Thank you,
But I've
Barbara.
never testified, but I have written
Thanks,
reports
Dr. Bullbutter
in
and
murder
Ronnie.
cases where I
Patty.
found them criminally responsible for the murder.
A report for what? I don't understand. For
Okay,
sentencing?
so, no. So there's two types of reports that are common in courts. One type is called competency to stand trial, and the other type is called, based on the state, it would be either criminal responsibility or insanity evaluation. Those reports, or excuse me, those types of evaluations are ordered more than any other type of evaluation. And so often I would perform a competency to stand trial evaluation as well as a criminal responsibility evaluation. So these things happen pre-adjudication. They're not sentencing or sentencing or mitigation.
Where do those reports go?
Okay, so the competency to stand trial evaluations typically go to the court. Now, the criminal responsibility evaluations go to the defense typically, because that's usually more of an ex parte issue And when it comes to sanity or criminal responsibility, essentially people see it as a legal strategy at times because it depends on how the attorney wants to work through the case. So those types of reports only go to the defense attorney typically because the individual is admitting that they committed the crime, and I am evaluating their thoughts or actions or behaviors before the crime, during the crime, and after the crime. And for that reason, typically those reports do not go to anyone but the defense attorney, who decides how they want to work the case.
They're never intended to be introduced in a trial or in a hearing for the defendant's guilt, right?
I can't say that because I'm not an attorney. I'm not sure how they use it afterwards.
Well, where is that report in this case?
Pardon me?
Where is that report in this case?
Those type of reports are ordered by the actual judge. So if it's not ordered by the judge, then there is no report. I was retained by the defense, and when the defense or the prosecution, whoever retains me, they ask a question, and I'm the one who is evaluating the question that they're posing. But those type of reports are typically ordered by a judge.
What was the question in this case?
You get what you pay for in experts. That's all I'm going to say.
The question in this case was to again evaluate.
Good morning, Christy. Good morning, love. Good morning to all those who are not commenting. Thank you for joining. We don't bite.
That was the question.
To evaluate premeditation is not a question.
Okay. Determine whether or not Mr. Chen had premeditation in this particular case. I'm not sure how you want me to word it.
Okay.
That's what I was asked to evaluate.
Okay. Let's go to the test that you administered in the 50-minute time period you met with Mr. Chen in the Davidson County Jail. TOGRA is intended to measure reasoning and critical thinking. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Chen, with a 94, was within the standard deviation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree that school records probably also could indicate someone's level of reasoning and critical thinking. Is that right?
They could. However, there can be a little bit of politics when it comes to school records, like individual education programs or 504 plans. Sometimes individuals can be labeled or mislabeled, depending on their behaviors in school. And so I would not use school records as the only standard in making an opinion.
So did you review Mr. Chen's college transcripts?
No, I did not.
And why
Are you
not?
aware that he had a scholarship to the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga?
Why not? Part of your psych evaluation should include family history, childhood history, educational history. You should know what his educational history was. How did he do in school? How far did he go in school? Was he a good student or not? All that should be in your evaluation, dude.
Chattanooga?
Yes, and I actually asked how did that happen, given some of the information that I learned about his, some of his own reports about his behavior in school. I was curious about that he did earn a scholarship, but different scholarships have different requirements. So I know that the scholarship that I'm aware of, he likely wouldn't have been necessarily a person that would have got some scholarships I know about. However, yes, he did report that he earned a scholarship.
What does reasoning and critical thinking have to do with affective aggression?
Well, I don't think the two are directly related. However, one must have a certain level of reasoning and critical thinking ability to be responsible, knowing, or intelligent, one must have those attributes. So part of the reason why I did that testing was to get an idea of how he's functioning cognitively. And he's functioning in the average range in terms of when compared to other adults. So that's why I gave that test.
Okay. And did this test measure how he was functioning cognitively on November 23rd, 2022?
No, ma'am. However, I will say that intelligence cognitive functioning tends to be stable unless something happens like a traumatic brain injury or some type of other injury. Typically, intelligence or functioning is stable, particularly at a certain age group in the lifespan.
I understand. So if he was functioning cognitively in January of 2025, he most likely was functioning cognitively in November of 2022, based on what you just said.
Yes, in the absence.
That not me, y'all. That not me.
And personality assessment inventory. Which one of these tests takes 16 minutes?
The TOBRA.
And then how long do the other two tests take?
It depends. Some people have gotten it done in 20 or 25 minutes. And then some people have taken hours to do it. It just depends.
How long?
It's basically questions that says it's mostly true, slightly true, false, never. So it's things like that. So the items are short. Like some of the items might say something as short as I like airplanes. It's not much. You don't have to do much thinking. It either is or it isn't. So it depends though. Often people who take a long time are people who are misleading, and they typically invalidate the test because they're thinking too much.
So in 50 minutes, you're comfortable with a criminal defendant charged with first-degree premeditated murder taking a test of general reasoning ability called TOBRA, a traumatic symptom inventory, and a personality assessment inventory?
I was with him for longer than 50 minutes.
No, that was my question.
Okay.
Are you comfortable?
Can you rephrase?
Are you comfortable with a defendant taking 3 psychological tests within a 50-minute period that you then rely on?
That was part of a multi-method approach. Yes. I would not rely just on that. No. So I think you already mentioned all the things that
I like
did
her
rely on.
too. I really like her a lot.
Just the testing, no. So it's best practices that you do a multi-method approach. So I would never hinge an opinion just on testing. It's everything, and it's everything that I would use.
All right, real quick, before we find out the answer, how many of you put a thumbs up if you think that they're going to accept him, and put an X if you think they're going to deny him?
The trauma symptom inventory, TSI-2, it says that the clinical scales reflect 4 broad categories of distress. Self-disturbance,
Thumbs up
post-traumatic
if they're going to
stress,
take him, and X if they're not.
and somatization.
Somatization, yes.
Can you explain which of those has to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
I think they are.
So that particular testing.
Wow, am I in the minority?
To a mental status at the time of the offense. What it does is it gives me a profile of how this person is social emotional function. So does this person lash out at others?
Wow.
Do they have anxiety? Do they have depression? Have they experienced trauma in their lives?
This may be a sleeper case.
Easily angered or agitated? So what that does is it's one component of gives me an idea of this personality profile, but it does not. There is not a test that loads directly onto a legal issue. That's not how testing is designed.
Okay. And so the same thing for the personality assessment inventory. That test has nothing to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of the criminal offense, does it?
not directly,
Good
no.
morning, Gabby.
Do any of these have to do with substance disorders?
Yes,
And, do they have to do with a defendant's use of a substance 2 years prior to the test being given?
so typically what it does is ask innocuous questions that essentially we create a personality profile. While individuals are different, there are certain challenges that people have that are very similar. So what we've developed through the testing is we are developing a personality profile panoramic of how someone is
I still think they're going to let him in.
So no, it does not necessarily is not as specific as you're asking.
They need to turn off the microphone from the defense's table because all you hear is him shuffling crap around. Dude, turn off your mic.
However,
Sorry.
when
Makes
I
it
talk
harder
about
for me.
likelihood, there's a certain personality profile that is developed by use of the testing and the other sources.
This, okay, y'all. The district attorney, Womp, argues to exclude this expert witness, okay? The court is hearing from Dr. Douglas Lewis, the forensic psychologist, to see if he can testify as an expert for the defense. Dr. Lewis believes Chen has mental health challenges like depression and anxiety, but does not give a formal diagnosis. Dr. Lewis reports that Chen is likely showed effective aggression while under the influence of substance, like the night he unalived Jamie. Yes, I did read that. You will see that again. But I thought it was a perfect breakdown and made it easier for me. So I did read it. Sorry, not. Why reinvent the wheel? That was a great synopsis. They're going to go up for sidebar. They're going to go up for sidebar. I'm setting up because I'm going to have to leave. So I am setting up to where I can continue to talk and monitor you guys. Let me call her and let me make sure that we are still. I want to confirm my appointment because sometimes they change.
Since you reviewed the discovery in this case, Dr. Lewis, can you describe some of the things that the defendant did after he murdered Jasmine Pace?
He visited a convenience store.
I don't know the relevancy regarding his qualifications. I don't know how that question answers. This is what here.
It seems like it could apply to both, I guess, in the sense that it's clearly relevant to his opinion, maybe relevant to his qualifications. He gives great weight to it, not much weight to it. So at this point, feel free to renew your objection otherwise at any time. It gets raised to the okay. Yes.
Okay, continue, Dr. Lewis.
He went to go purchase cleaning products.
And what else?
He also moved the victim's vehicle. He used the cleaning products to clean up his apartment.
And what else?
He left the apartment, I believe, to stay with his parents.
Okay, guys, this is what we're. Okay, so can y'all hear me? No, I don't know if y'all can hear me. Let me play myself and see if I can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. I am. Okay, you can? Good. Okay, so what I am doing is I am setting everything up to go remote. Yay, it's connected. So maybe if I turn up my sound, I get it in my ears. We'll see. We'll see. Why can't I hear it? Oh, it's not playing. Hold on.
What else?
Okay, I'm going to set this to play. Then I'm going to take me off. I'll be monitoring in the background. I have my doctor's appointment. It was 3 months ago scheduled. I got to go. But this is going to keep playing. And I've skimmed forward to see if the live feed is going to continue, and it does. So if for some reason I can control everything from here, if I have to shut it down and restart it when I get back, I will. But I think they take a break till 1:15, but they still have streaming going on. Mods, thank you so much for being in the background, but I will be monitoring you guys. I will be hopping in when I can. I appreciate y'all's patience. Mods, thank you so much for everything. All the new people who've come over from Chattanooga, thank you so much for joining us. I really, really appreciate you. And now I'm going to take my picture off. I'm going to take camera off. I'm going to turn sound off, and I'm going to get y'all going again.
I'm not sure what else you're asking me.
How much weight do you give to what a defendant does after a murder when it comes to premeditation?
When it comes to premeditation, I give it great weight. I find those details, quite frankly, to be aggravating.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that essentially, if those actions are the actions he took, then it appears that he attempted to hide or cover up whatever act that he committed. So I take great weight to that. I found that aggravating. However, I do not find that it is suggestive of premeditation. Quite frankly, I find it to be the opposite in terms of the individuals that I work with inside the carceral environment. If they engage in forethought or planning, they typically would not do the actions in the way that it was reported that Mr. Chen did. It doesn't fit the profile of someone who engaged in forethought and planning.
But in Tennessee, premeditation doesn't require planning, right, Dr. Lewis?
Based on what I read in terms of premeditation, it means that you have to have some type of forethought before the action is done.
You'd agree that somebody who is under the influence of a substance would have, how would you say it? Well, a difficulty completing tasks that a sober person may be able to complete, correct?
They probably wouldn't be able to do it in the exact same way. But someone who's been doing substances for quite some time, they may be able to function a little bit better than someone who perhaps is just starting something.
So if Mr. Chen was a regular marijuana user, he probably could have functioned a lot better if he was under the influence of that substance?
He may have been able to. However, he also said that he used wax, which wax is a much greater concentration of marijuana or THC.
Do you take into consideration when forming your opinion that criminal defendants will most likely say whatever they need to say instead of going to prison for the rest of their life?
Absolutely.
How is that factored into your decision here?
I didn't give great weight to it. It's part of the decision, but I didn't give great weight to the use of the substance. I gave more weight to the personality profile type that he fits into, more so than the use of a substance. He did report that he used a substance, The testing shows that he might be a substance abuser. However, that is not something that I gave great weight to.
You did not give great weight to the use of a substance.
Great weight? No. It is a part of it. But I did not give great weight to it because, as you mentioned, he reported that he used a substance. But that's not something where I'm hinging my decision solely on substance use.
What did you give great weight to?
What I gave great weight to was the personality profile type that he said. For example, my understanding is that the one theory is that he planned, or he planned this murder because the victim was bound. So if you understand, or you work with individuals who have a psychopathic or psychopathic personality, or who are a sociopath, you will learn that the details, as is mentioned in the theory that's been presented, is not consistent with it's not consistent with the evidence. Someone who would conduct an act of that sort, they build gradually. You don't just start out a murder in that type, or murdering or harming others in that type of way. That is a gradual type of violence or aggression. So what I was looking at his personality profile type, and then I also was looking at the different theories that were presented. And so what I'm saying is that we would expect to see other things within his personality profile type. There should be other violence or aggression. There should be other charges of violence and aggression. There should be there should be a known history of maybe intimate partner violence. There's a lot of things that should be within personality.
That's not necessarily true.
The evidence, given the theory that's been presented, that's not there.
How many of Mr. Chen's former girlfriends did you speak with?
None.
How many of Mr. Chen's friends did you speak with?
None.
How many of Mr. Chen's family members did you interview?
None. I reviewed what was written in the discovery.
So you're basing your knowledge on Mr. Chen's prior violent history on what Mr. Chen told you.
And I'm also looking at...
Do your homework, dude. Come on now.
Did you produce some charges for Mr. Chen in terms of violence and aggression? Because typically that's what those individuals like that's what they have at a much younger age. And now they start at 10, 11, or 12 years old.
You approached here, Christian. Letting the jurors go downstairs to stretch their legs, and I don't want them to walk by and hear anything. Just a minute to do that.
Yeah, the guy's a nut job. I have a feeling he's going to permit him, but I'm not liking it.
At this moment, we've got to take a pause, and then we'll resume as soon as we can.
Okay, guys, I'm not impressed with this gentleman, and I use the word gentleman because I'm trying to be polite here. I don't think he's done a thorough interview with the client. There has been no discussions with anybody about his history, i.e. his family or other girlfriends or whatever, like she just asked. I'm not liking this at all. And I have a feeling they're going to permit him.
We're going to come back here live and let you know a little bit about what's happening now.
1 hour is not enough for this kind of a professional opinion, in my humble opinion.
Fix our cameras there. You're seeing the pool feed photographer in the courtroom kind of adjust the camera there. This is a pull feed from a national outlet that's covering this case. A lot of attention in this case across the country. So a couple of things to point out.
I have the
as we
Shania
enter
Twain song in
into
my head.
now
That don't impress me
the
much.
second hour. On this first day, the trial actually hasn't even begun yet. The jury is not in the courtroom. Right now, what they're doing is they're talking about whether a defense expert witness can be considered an expert in this case. You're hearing District Attorney Cody Wamp speak to this witness, and the attorneys just went up to have a huddle with the judge there. You can see the judge going in to his chambers with those attorneys in the back. And so what we've heard is that this man
He's
that
getting
the
paid way
defense
too
wants
much.
to enter as an expert witness, his name is Dr. Douglas Lewis. He's a forensic psychologist. He spent about almost 4 hours with Jason Chen not long ago in the past few weeks, doing some tests with him, some psychological testing, talking about his past, talking about um, the night that Jasmine Pace died. And the district attorney is asking whether the testing and the information that he has about this trial is enough for him to be entered as an expert. So, as I mentioned just a second ago, the jury is not in the courtroom yet. We have not heard opening statements yet. The official trial part of this has not begun. These are motions that happen ahead of a trial to see what the jury can hear and what they can't hear. So let's go over just a little bit of what we learned from Dr. Douglas, because we did learn some things that we have not known before. So Dr. Douglas entered a report into the court record that will kind of show what he plans to testify if he's allowed to testify as an expert witness. And he found that it was highly unlikely that Chen acted with premeditation. Well, of course, the district attorney wanted to know how he came to that conclusion. And Dr. Douglas said that he feels like Chen acted with what's called affective aggression while under the influence of substances. He said Chen admitted to him that he used substances the night that Jasmine Pace died, that they together drank an entire bottle of wine, that they smoked marijuana, and they used wax, which is a type of concentrated THC. Now, the district attorney asked him if he had seen the autopsy results of Jasmine Pace, and asked if that admission by Chen corroborated with the autopsy results there. There was some discussion over that. And the district attorney bringing up some issues that she feels like this was hurried, that this supposed expert witness was brought too late to the prosecution for them to be able to do their due diligence. She asked questions like, how long did you interview him? Did you look at his school records? How many friends and family of Jason Chen did you speak with in order to come to this conclusion about some of his background? Because he also found that he believes that Chen has psychiatric and mental health challenges like depression and anxiety, but he did not feel comfortable enough giving a formal diagnosis. So all of these things are what Dr. Douglas Lewis, this forensic psychologist that the defense wants to enter as an expert witness in this trial, things that he believes, but the judge hasn't made a determination yet if they will allow him to be an expert witness. So that's what they're doing right now, is they're questioning him over Zoom to see if they'll allow that to happen. Now, they did ask for a continuance in this case. The judge decided that was not necessary, that it would be a huge waste of resources. He said if something came up that was very transformative, that he would consider a continuance, but in this case, he did not believe that was the case. Also, a lot of discussion about whether Jasmine Pace was shackled with handcuffs before or after she was killed. That seems like it might be a big point in this in the case here as we get ready to hear opening statements. We presume at some point today. Um, I'm just looking through my notes here. Um, the judge did say that he did believe that the entering of this specific expert witness was hurried, um, but he can't say that it was unethical. So again, they're listening to testimony about whether Dr. Douglas Lewis can be allowed in as an expert witness at this point. This is a hearing about this, so the jury has not been in at this point. We have not heard opening statements about the case. They're taking a short break, and we will hear too. But you can always go to newschannel9.com. We have a very extensive story about the background of this case. Extensive reporting over the past 2 years since Jasmine Pace's death in November of 2022. So we'll put you on pause here as we wait for the judge and the attorneys to come back in the courtroom. That's just a short recap of what we've seen so far this morning.
Okay, guys, I'm about 3 minutes away or less from my appointment. Yes, it takes 8 minutes to get clear across town. I live in a very small community. So I appreciate all y'all hanging in there with me. Y'all have take a moment to get lunch while we have this little break. I don't know when they're going to have a break lunch, since they say they'll be back at 1:15. So God knows what's going to happen. But we appreciate y'all watching with us, and I'm going to sign off. And I will be in the background. I'm not completely off. I am in the background, and I am listening. And if I can hop on, I will. Okay? We'll see you guys shortly.
And in fact, Your Honor, the state is more confused after hearing his testimony because the defense alleged that the argument was diminished capacity, to which the experts adamantly denied that he was arguing diminished capacity. We now have a personality profile, childhood trauma. There's been nothing on the record that would establish that this expert should be qualified as a forensic psychologist as it relates to a defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. Moreover, he has not had enough time to speak with the defendant. He has not done his due diligence in checking the defendant's records, speaking with the defendant's family members or friends, and due to the fact that he's had the discovery since December 17th, it was on, quote, holiday and in South Africa for a majority of the time thereafter, he has not even had enough time to adequately go through discovery and make any type of finding such as this in this case. So we do object to this witness being qualified as an expert.
I do think that the bar, there's some standard obviously for letting an expert testify. I think that whether or not some specialized knowledge might be helpful to the finder of fact in this particular case. He seems like perhaps he hasn't had the depth of experience that other experts have testified. Whether I don't think he has that yet. I don't think there's anything that's disqualifying as far as the weight that should be given to his opinion. That's certainly something we can talk about. But as far as his qualifications are concerned, as far as him being able to give an opinion, again, we're doing all this for the record. His testimony's already been inadmissible, but I want the record to be complete. As much information as possible about Dr. Lewis. So I will recognize this witness as an expert in forensic psychology. Mr. Washington, proceed.
Before proceeding, Your Honor, I just want to clarify for my questions. Is the court finding that there was a violation of Rule 12 or 16?
No, I'm not finding there was a violation in the sense that a deadline was missed. I do think that, if you want to clarify my ruling, there are actually two aspects to it. The first is that it's clear that this expert's services for this purpose, for what we're talking about today, the defense felt it became necessary after a recent hearing last month where the monster exhibit was admitted, and there was some concerns about that, as well as the medical examiner's testimony going to premeditation. So I think that based on the timing, so that the state is not unfairly surprised, the workaround that the court is crafting removes the major, if not the only reason that this witness's testimony on this issue was represented to this court was needed. So that's one of the reasons to be excluded, is that state, I want to avoid the unfair surprise that Rule 12.2 contemplates, as well as the defense a fair shake, as he described in voir dire last week. So that's one of the reasons. The other is that I don't think that the opinion as written qualifies as something that would be substantially helpful to the jury. When Dr. Lewis wrote that it's highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed the records of premeditation, I do find that there's a degree of speculation that is not going to rise to the level where his opinion would be helpful. And also, I guess I could point it out now that during Dr. Lewis's testimony moments ago, he talked about the great weight that he gave the personality profile type. I mean, it is pretty clear in case law that personality type is not something that's even relevant to the defendant's capacity to form a mental state. It's pretty well established. So there are numerous reasons that this witness's testimony has been excluded from this particular trial, this particular point. Those are the reasons. Not a 12.2 violation. Again, I don't think there's any bad faith. I think this is the way the circumstances unfolded. I'm not finding that the defense acted unethically in any way. It's the way that it unfolded, the short time frame. Yes, sir.
I'll need,
So it looks like, yeah, got the draw. I'm going to start from scratch. You can text Dr. Lewis and let him know that that's some technical difficulties. I'm about to let him back in. Dr. Lewis was there just a moment ago. Now it's kind of, there we go. Dr. Lewis, sorry about that. We're going slow for lots of reasons, but I'm sorry to say that sometimes technology, this court moves at the speed of technology sometimes. Well, a lot of user error. Hopefully we solve that for now, okay? So I believe Mr. Weiss can ask some questions now.
Hi there, Dr. Lewis. May I have your reference?
Yes. Well,
Can he see?
I don't know if WebEx will operate with overhead at the same time. No, just either video call or the other.
Can I try workaround, Judge? Unless the state's going to object, I guess it doesn't matter. Dr. Lewis, I'm holding what you sent to my office as a curriculum vitae. It says Douglas E. Lewis, Jr., PSYD at the top, and the top right corner is REP period 9.24. Is this your CV?
Yes.
For the purposes of this hearing, the defense moves to enter the CV of Dr. Lewis into evidence as Exhibit 1.
Yeah, for this hearing, not to go back to the jury.
May I approach you?
Sir, feel free to move on the floor.
This is the first CV you sent us or the second CV?
Second.
Okay, my CD says revised 9/24 is the one.
That's right. Dr. Lewis, I have a letter here from Regina Lewis at the board administrator at the Board of Examiner in Psychology. It's dated December 17th. Was this letter given to you authorizing you to practice law temporarily in Tennessee?
Practice law?
I'm sorry.
Practice psychology.
Practice forensic psychology.
The practice psychology, yes.
Defense moves to enter this as exhibit number 2. Dr. Lewis, I'm holding in my hand a 7-page report or memorandum rather. It says, the Honorable Boyd W. Patterson, the top, dated January 11, 2025. Is this your memorandum pertaining to expert testimony regarding Jason Chen?
Based on what you described, yes.
That's make this exhibit brief. All right, Dr. Lewis. I want to ask you about the methodology that you used in this assessment. What validated psychological tools did you employ in your assessments of Jason Chen?
The psychological tools that are both valid and reliable are the TOBRA, the TSI-2, and the PAI, broadly and well-known instruments.
Are there, if you had more time to spend with Jason, are there other tests that you would have performed?
No. I mean, certainly there are numerous tests that we have at our disposal, but I don't think that would have been necessary. In fact, a lot of mental status at the time of the offense evaluations don't use testing at all because psychiatrists and psychologists perform. So a lot of times testing is not even used.
Are the methods that you use consistent with the guidelines recognized by professional organizations like the American Psychological Association?
Yes.
And you don't have to go through it, but are you able to cite research and case studies to support the evaluation analysis that you did on Mr. Chen's or Jason's psychological state?
Yes.
And is it relevant to the premeditation?
Directly relevant to the issue of premeditation, just like most legal questions, there's nothing that's going to directly load on any type of legal issue. However, those are tools, yes, that are used to answer some of the legal questions and controversies that emerge.
Do you believe that you were provided all the relevant materials, including evidence including evidence to ensure that your assessment is objective?
That is objective, yes. I strive for objectivity, but as I mentioned earlier, with the introduction of more information or data that's objective, my opinion could change. However, based on what was available to me, as I mentioned in the memorandum, that is how I form those are the bases of how I form my opinion.
In your opinion, you say when to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. What does that mean in the context of your opinion?
That means just like in any type of psychological science or practice, it is highly likely that what I'm saying is correct. However, when it comes to behaviors, actions, etc., we cannot say definitively anything. So that is what that means. That says that means that given the resources that I've been given, also the evaluation, the psychological test, etc., that to the highest degree to which is possible as a psychologist or a psychiatrist, this is what my opinion is. However, we can't say anything definitively.
Well, that's my question is, why can't you say this, your opinion with certainty? Absolute certainty.
It is. I am certain of my opinion. However, to say absolutely certain, I would have had to be in the room when these things were occurring, which none of us were. So I can't say this is absolutely what happened. I cannot say that because none of us can say that. However, based on the information, the data, the testing, the evaluation, it is highly likely that the opinion that I reached is the accurate.
Would you characterize your opinion as based on speculation?
No.
Why not?
Because I used and reviewed all the evidence that was in the discovery. I also conducted psychological testing. I reviewed his legal history, again, things that are in the documentation. So speculation alone, based on my understanding, would be not using any form of evidence, not trying to use any type of objective psychological testing that's both valid and reliable. Those type of things, I think, I would characterize as speculation. However, when you use a multi-method approach, as I did, I would not characterize my final conclusion as speculative.
Did you make any assumptions that was unsupported by the evidence informing your conclusion?
No.
So can you explain to the court how your psychological insights from your evaluation into the mind of Jason Chen are relevant to the legal question of premeditation?
Okay, so premeditation is arguably something about one's mental status or mental state during the commission of an act. So just like any other mental status related evaluation, I am assessing and evaluating not only what came before, during, and after the act, but also I'm also looking at the personality profile of the individual. So I'm using all those things in order to answer the legal question. Typically, again, when it comes to legal questions like competency to stand trial, like mental status at the time of the offense, violence risk, etc., there is no legal question that psychologists or psychiatrists can directly answer in the way that you all are trying to characterize it. What we do is we use all the information that we have available, data, interviewing, observations, testing, etc., to answer the legal question. But it's not like A plus B equals C. That is not how these things work. Like, for example, there's no real test of premeditation. There's no test of mental status at the time of the offense. We use the information that we have and the testing and the level of questioning and training that we have to make to give the court answers to its controversies.
So sticking with the premeditation, particularly in cases with premeditation or where you're dealing with intent, can you elaborate on the specific experience conducting those types of forensic evaluations?
So those type of evaluations, I actually am in the middle of one. I have one that I'm doing that has to do with the intent or the case element of intent in Virginia. And in those type of cases, we're looking at one's functioning behaviorally, socially, and intellectually or cognitively in order to make determinations about one's intent. For example, it was posed earlier about his reasoning and critical thinking. If someone, for example, has an IQ of less than 65 or less than 60, there are certain types of crimes without the assistance of another person, you know that they would not be able to do because they don't have the level of forethought or thinking. In terms, that's an easy way of kind of understanding it. IQ or functioning in terms of their cognitive functioning is something where we would be able to answer that type of question.
So can you explain your role as a forensic psychologist and how it's distinct from a psychiatrist or a general clinical psychologist in assessing premeditation or intent?
A forensic psychologist is a clinical psychologist who has specialized or specialty training in forensic psychology, meaning we have gotten some type of legal training and that we understand or know how to interpret certain statutes, and we also apply psychological principles to legal issues. For example, as I mentioned before, the idea of competency to stand trial, mental status at the time of the offense. These are legal issues. However, you need a psychologist or someone with that particular training in order to answer those questions. So we're different from a forensic psychologist, different from a psychiatrist, because a psychiatrist cannot issue testing. Usually their training in forensic is not as comprehensive as it is when you are studying to be a forensic psychologist. And we're definitely different from a general practitioner because general practitioners are there to treat and evaluate mental disorders only. They don't have the legal piece, the legal understanding. For example, I had 2 to 3 years of didactic instruction about cases that involve mental health or psychological issues.
What methods did you employ in forming your conclusion about Jason Chen's mental state at the time of the offense?
I reviewed the entire discovery that was made available to me. I interviewed Mr. Chen extensively, not just questions about his personal history, but also violence risk and also sexual violence risk. Again, those questions were not all face valid, meaning there were times where an examinee would not know why I was asking the questions that I was asking. I also administered 3 psychological tests that are both deemed valid and reliable within our field.
So in regards to the assessments that you did on Jason,
Sorry, I think Mr. Whiteford shuffling jurors around as far as figuring out when to do that, I should say. Please continue.
let's start over. The question is whether, right here, let me say this. Can you explain the psychological concepts of emotional regulation, impulsivity, and how they're relative to this case?
So emotional regulation and impulsivity are important to this case because often people who commit murder or other heinous acts of violence, it tends to be in a heightened state or what I call affective aggression or violence. So someone who has trouble regulating their emotions, or someone who is quick to anger and also is impulsive, they are likely to engage in behavior without thinking. And a lot of times, our jails and our prisons are filled with people who have committed acts out of being anger, not thinking, impulsive. So emotional regulation and impulsivity are two, in my opinion, major factors in most crimes when it comes to aggression and violence.
So one of the tests you did was, is it called Tobra? How do you pronounce it?
It's called the Tobra.
Tobra. And you conducted the Tobra with Jason Chen?
Yeah.
How did his performance in this test inform your understanding of his cognitive capacity for planning?
Well, the reason why I issued that test is because someone who is highly intelligent will create a different type or may slightly change the way that we characterize in terms of the profile. Because and so I needed to know where he fell in terms of the bell curve, in terms of intelligence. So it's not a test of intelligence, but one of reasoning and critical thinking. And so if he is scored really high on there, that may have informed me in a different kind of way about how he's functioning in terms of, his proclivity perhaps for manipulation, deception, lying, etc. And so I need to know where he fell. And so I know that he falls in the average range on the bell curve in terms of, reasoning and critical thinking.
Is your opinion and conclusion based solely on that personality test?
It is that is a test of reasoning and critical thinking, and no, it is not based solely on that. No opinion should be formed based on one thing. It needs to be a multi-method approach.
In the TSI-2, you noted Jason had anxious arousal and intrusive experiences. How do these findings support your conclusion that Jason's actions were likely reactive and premeditated?
In terms of supporting it basically deals a profile of how he's functioning. This is someone who likely has bad memories about something that has happened to them, experiences anxiety, which, is worry or restlessness. Individuals like that may be quick to agitation. They may engage in behaviors to reduce tension. like using marijuana or alcohol. This is developing a profile of how this person is functioning daily.
How does your reliance on the empirical testing, using those the tests that you do, and I guess the evidence and discovery that you receive, ensure that your conclusions are not speculative?
It strongly ensures it because best practices indicate by the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, which were adopted by the American Psychological Association in 2013, indicate that we should engage in a multi-method approach when it comes to evaluation assessment. And therefore, based on that adoption of those specialty guidelines, based on my work in the field of mental health since 2010, my work with inmates or justice involved individuals since 2014 or 2015, it ensures me and it informs me that my opinion is not speculative.
Were your findings consistent with other peer-reviewed literature and established psychological principles?
My findings were consistent. Let me answer that in a different kind of way. The approach and the procedures that I used were consistent with any type of empirical research, for example, etc. My finding or my opinion is something that I reached based on using those methods that were consistent with all empirical research that's available.
Were the methods that you used, the forms that you used, were those reliable?
Yes, those tests and or forms, however you want to refer to it, have been used for years by psychologists across the nation. You can easily Google them and you can learn about a lot of these tests. And these testing are well developed. In particular, the personality testing report was developed by Dr. Leslie Morey at the University of Texas, and he's still doing research on that testing. So it is very reliable.
Is it that your findings and conclusions that Jason Chen couldn't have formed the requisite mental state premeditation? Is that your opinion?
My opinion that it's highly unlikely that he formed the requisite premeditation.
What thing is that? The jurors ready for lunch? Yes, Your Honor. The jurors walk by, everyone's done. One more question.
Would any reputable forensic psychologist say with absolute certainty that a subject had the requisite premeditation or requisite intent, or is that something that goes too far beyond an opinion?
Saying absolutely certain is going too far beyond an opinion. No reputable forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist should say anything with absolutism.
Thank you, Dr.
Come on, gentlemen, you can send the jurors to lunch. Yes, Judge. Council protocol 2. Dr. Lewis, can you hear me? You might step off here. Got you muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis, thank you so much. Mr. Watts will get in touch with you shortly to let you know how to proceed. how we're going to proceed in this case. I do thank you for your time this morning. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you. It's a privilege.
So the jurors just been sent to lunch. They've got Jimmy John in the jury room, which means it won't take them very long. So they'll give them a little time to walk around. So this will be our lunch break too. Are there any matters you want to take up before we take our lunch break?
Yes, Your Honor, two separate issues. One has to do with the indictment. The state has indicted Mr. Chen for abuse of corpse. In that indictment, we listed all of the factors under the abuse of corpse statute, two of which inarguably do not apply and would be prejudicial if they were read to the jury. One of those is disentering the corpse that has been buried or otherwise interred. The other is the other one is engaging in sexual contact. Neither of those are being argued by the state, so I would just request that I be able to leave those out when I read the indictment and only read the other two subsections that could apply in fairness to Mr. Chen.
Okay.
And then the other judge, so that the defense can object before opening statement, the state intends to introduce the suitcase that Ms. Pace's body was in during opening statement to avoid delay during opening statement where the jury has to go out. We figured we'd go ahead and disclose that now.
So you want to show the suitcase?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Why is this common for evidence that's likely going to be admitted to be used in opening? Any objection?
Thank you,
Well,
Judge.
to the extent of all my past motions to suppress all those.
You're not waiving anything.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that clock says 12:20. Everyone will be back when that clock says 1:15. That's 55 minutes of lunch. What we're going to do is start the jury trial, bring the jury in. They'll be sworn over the instructions. And remain seated down. Remain seated in session. You can leave, be quiet. We're still in session. What will happen is the jury will be brought back in. They'll be sworn. Or the preliminary jury instructions to them, state the indictment, opening the person.
Yes, Your Honor. What time did you say? I apologize.
It'll be 1:15.
1:15. Thank you, Your Honor.
The court's in recess till 1:15.
Okay, so you just heard the court go to lunch after a morning of not the trial, which is what we expected to hear this morning, but a discussion about whether an expert witness could be allowed in. And as far as we understand, the judge said that his testimony was inadmissible, but they would still recognize him as an expert in forensic psychology. So what we know at this point is that at 1:15, the jury will actually come into the courtroom for the first time today, and then we will hear Judge Boyd Patterson give some instructions to them, and then we will start opening statements after that point. So it's been a few hours of hearing some hints of what we might hear in this case. Let's talk about a few of those. One point of contention, it seems, is whether Jasmine Pace, the 22-year-old girl who was murdered and who is at the center of this very tragic story, was handcuffed before or after she died. So that is something that we are likely to hear some debate about between the defense and the prosecution. How that plays into whether this was premeditated or not is still up in the air at this point. That's one of the things that they wanted to talk to this expert witness about. The other situation that they talked about a lot was substance abuse. This potential expert witness said that he asked Jason Chen if he was under the influence the night that Jasmine Pace died, and he said that they had drank a bottle of wine together, that they had smoked some marijuana together, and that they took something called wax, which was a concentrated THC. At that point, the district attorney, Cody Want, brought up whether or not that would have shown up in Jasmine Pace's autopsy. And in that case, she said that there was some differences there in what Jason Chen was self-reporting to this forensic psychologist and what was actually shown in Jasmine Pace's autopsy report after they found her body. So we're expecting to hear about that. The other thing is a question about whether he planned this after she was bound. So whether he had planned this before she was put in that compromising position or after. All of these are just kind of hints of things that we expect to hear about more once we hear the opening statement from both the prosecution and the defense. And when you look at some of the facts in this case, there seems to be a lot of evidence here about what Jason Chen might have done after the murder, going to certain stores and buying cleaning supplies, possibly sending messages as Jasmine Pace to her friends and family. All of this we're expecting to hear about one way or another throughout this trial. Let's talk a little bit of logistics here. The court has given up 2 weeks of its schedule now. We don't know whether it will actually last that long or whether they've just done that proactively. We also know we received the the witness list from the prosecution. At this point, there are 34 possible witnesses they could call as the prosecution. It doesn't mean they'll call all of them. Lots of CPD officers, Jasmine Pace's family members, some friends, some residents of that apartment complex where Jason Chen lived, an owner of some Ring camera video that we could expect by that man being on the witness list to be brought in at some point. Here's a quick timeline of the events of the Jasmine Pace case that we know from our back reporting. 11/22, November of 2022, Jasmine Pace was last seen. 11/27, Pace was reported missing and her apartment searched. 11/29, just 2 days later, Jason Chen was arrested. And then 11/30, a homicide investigation was announced by the DA and Jason Chen was charged. And then December 1st of 2022, Jasmine Pace's body was found. I do want to bring in now our attorney, sort of legal analyst in this situation, Bill Speak. Bill Speak is not connected to the case. Bill, can you hear me okay? I've just brought you in here.
I can hear you fine.
Perfect. Bill, you're not connected to this case, but you've been helping us out through kind of these legal different situations, helping us understand what's going on here. And I know you listened to some of the questioning this morning.
I did. And it's an interesting turn of events because the defense came forward with an expert witness at the last minute. They tried to present that evidence. Obviously, the judges ruled that it's inadmissible at this point. But the evidence that the expert was going to go into dealt with the element of premeditation, which is one of the elements necessary in the indictment. And so it would have attacked one of the elements necessary to convict somebody. But it also gives a little bit of a guidance as to where the defense is going in this case. You can't say that he lacked premeditation, but he wasn't the one who committed the crime. So it might be an indication that they're going to assume that he was the one who committed it, rather than saying it was someone else.
Right. And so at this point, they're just looking at the facts of the case. What do you make out from all the discussion? There were several mentions today about whether Jasmine Pace was bound before or after she died. That came up a lot in the discussion with the potential expert witness.
Sure.
And what that had to do with possible premeditation and the idea of premeditation.
Well, whenever you have the argument on what happens prior to the actual event of the murder versus what happens post-murder, anything that happens pre-murder would be an indication, at least from the state's side, an argument that there was thought process that went into what was about to occur. If somebody is, unfortunately killed, and then there's action taken after the kill for, binding them or disposing of the body, that doesn't address the issue of premeditation of the actual slaying. So the important part would be if it happened prior to her death, that it would be evidence that could be used by the state to argue that he had thought about it prior to the actual killing. And that deals directly with the issue of premeditation.
Gotcha. Let's talk a little bit about the timing of this bill. This happened back in November of 2022, the murder. This case has been going on in the months since that. Is it customary for either side to try to bring in an expert witness in the weeks right before the trial?
It wouldn't be unusual for an expert to be called upon maybe in the weeks or months before the trial, as both sides are preparing for a trial. These are enormous cases. There's many, many witnesses. There's all kinds of issues that arise as you do your final preparation for a homicide case. But to have it at the last minute is unusual, right? To have a jury already selected and then to try to introduce a expert would be something that would be very unusual, and timing wise, I think the judge even was concerned about the fact that it came in so late. If it's a 2-year-old case, if the issue of premeditation was an issue that the defense had, I think the rationale by the court would have been, why didn't we explore this prior to, when the filing was, I think on Friday.
Yeah. And then they also talked to him a lot about how much time he had spent talking to Jason Chen and how many questions or tests that they had given him. 3.75 hours is what this Dr. Lewis reported in the amount of time he had spent speaking to Jason Chen. When you talk about having an expert witness, what is the standard about how long they would need to spend time with the defendant to get a real idea of their mindset or what happened in a crime?
Well, there's not a particular standard, right? There's not a set amount of time that an expert must invest for them to formulate a expert opinion to provide to a jury. But the amount of time that someone spends with, in this particular case, the defendant, Mr. Chen, it's used for argument. If you spend 3 hours with him, how could you really form an opinion in that little bit of a time? If he spent 30 hours with him, then a defense might argue his opinion has more, validity because he spent more time and invested more time. They clearly didn't have the time to invest from the time of the filing. So 3 hours is not by any means a reason that someone couldn't be an expert on any given issue, but it certainly would be subject to an attack on cross-examination by the state, which is clearly these are competent attorneys, that are trying this case for the state, and they would definitely bore into the defendant's minimal amount of time in front of the jury as persuasive argument that the expert might not know what he's claiming to know. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. And then I think another one of the big takeaways from this discussion was this idea of substance abuse and some of the things that Jason Chen self-reported to this forensic psychologist that he was under the influence of the night Jasmine Pace died, which was a bottle of wine. He said he had smoked some pot and he took some concentrated THC called wax. Do you expect from hearing that'll be a big point from the defense, is that he was under the influence of drugs here?
Well, I don't know that it'd be a big point, and here's why I say that. Under Tennessee law, voluntary intoxication is not a defense to what we call mens rea, someone's mental state. The term mens rea will be coming up a lot in this case, and that's the legal term for someone's mindset. But if you could voluntarily, if you could consume drugs or alcohol, and that could be used as a defense, then almost no DUI could be convicted. Somebody who goes out and drinks at a bar, voluntarily drinks at a bar, and they become intoxicated, they become impaired, their judgment is less sharp than it would be. That would be a defense in every DUI case. It's not a defense. When you voluntarily, meaning you choose to intoxicate yourself. Now, it would be important if somebody slipped somebody a drink and they became intoxicated or impaired and the mens rea was affected as a result of involuntary intoxication. But I don't think there was any indication this was involuntary, meaning someone did it to him. The fact that he did it to himself does bring up points, but they won't be major points.
And then as we get ready to go into opening arguments after the lunch break here, what are some key things you expect to listen for?
Well, the state is going to present a roadmap for the jury to follow where they expect their case to go based on the evidence that they anticipate they're going to present. So the state will have a pretty clear idea of where they think this case will go based on the numerous witnesses as they take the stand and the evidence that they will develop through those witnesses. So you'll get a theme from the state. The defense could either not make an opening statement at this point, or the defense may choose to not really reveal their theory of the case. But the defense also could say, we have this evidence that we expect will come up, and it'll point to a different outcome other than what the state is, basically presenting as its roadmap for the prosecution.
Okay. Bill Speak, thanks so much. I know we expected to kind of have more to talk about in this first session here. I think all of us expected to go right into opening arguments this morning. But
sorry,
certainly
guys,
this
my
question
phone
of
died.
the possible expert witness at least gave us some hints of same things to come throughout the trial.
It certainly did. It did give us a little indication of where the defense may be going.
All right. And Bill, we'll see you a little bit later today after that those opening statements wrap up. Thanks so much for your time.
Anytime.
Okay, thanks. Of course, as we said, we have team coverage in the courtroom. We have News Channel 9's Meg Doyle, who's in the courtroom. We also have News Channel 9's Mary Beth Mangrum, who I'm bringing in to join us now. Mary Beth, you've been in the courtroom since this morning. A lot of discussion about this expert witness, but I want to ask you just about the mood in the courtroom. Who's in there that we aren't able to see from the camera angle of the judge and the attorneys? Have you seen family members of Jasmine Pace so far, or what's it like being in there so far?
Yes, yeah, we've seen a lot of members of Jasmine Pace's family, including Katrina Pace and Travis Pace themselves. We've also seen what looks to be extended family members or friends of Jasmine who've attended this first day of the trial. And then as far as Jason Chen goes, we did see his parents in the courtroom, as well as what seems to be some extended family or family friends, both of them in separate aisles.
Any emotion being shown yet from those people? You can't imagine how hard it is to sit in and listen, even to some of the small details we've heard so far for Jasmine's family. And we know we've seen how hard it's been on them in the past for hearings and things that we've covered.
Right. Yeah, we have seen some concerns about the timeliness of the way that this trial is moving so far. As you mentioned earlier, we haven't reached the opening statements so far. But overall, I would say the atmosphere in the courtroom seems calm enough. This is the first day of the trial, so we're still getting into some things. So I think everyone's patience is high. And I also think that a lot of people have been waiting for this for 2 years.
Yeah. What is the capacity in that courtroom? We know we have one national outlet covering this. Are there a lot of other people that are watching that may just be interested parties? Is it a packed courtroom?
I would say the courtroom is probably as packed as I've seen it here in Hamilton County. I think that the last row of the courtroom is the only vacant one. But as far as where we're at, there is a lot of media coverage of this trial, a lot of interest. So that's something that we've been seeing a lot of here locally, as well as you mentioned, national coverage.
Yeah. And you traveled to Nashville last week because they had to go to Nashville to pick a jury pool here because of all that coverage.
Yes, yeah, that is a big thing as far as this trial goes. A lot of people here locally have been following it. We've been covering it since Jasmine Pace was reported missing back in 2022. So you can see that a lot of the people who live here locally have seen and are familiar with this trial. So in order to have the highest probability of a fair trial, getting that jury from Nashville, some people say that's the best decision.
All right. Mary Beth, thanks for your coverage so far. I know that we expect opening statements to start here at about 1:15 when court comes back in session. Judge Boyd Patterson there saying,
"Yay, we got opening statements. Woohoo! Thank you guys for hanging with me. I'm going to pick up some tea, and then I'll be at my shop, iced tea that is, for my kiddos, and then I'll be at the shop in about 10 minutes.
So we will keep you updated once this resumes.
All right. Mary Beth, thanks so much for your time, and we'll talk to you a little bit later there.
Okay, thank you.
I can hear a little feedback. It's on their end, not my end. I'm going to try and see what I can do when I get in the studio to fix it.
Expecting that they would have a opening statements begin this morning at 9 when court began on this day 1, but instead the district attorney argued to exclude a late ad by the defense for an expert witness. That was Dr. Douglas Lewis, who's a forensic psychologist. Dr. Lewis said he believes that Jason Chen, the suspect in this murder trial, has mental health challenges like depression and anxiety, but does not give a formal diagnosis of Chen. Lewis's report said that Chen likely showed affective aggression while under the influences of substances the night that Jasmine died. He also talked about premeditation, how he did not believe that fit into premeditation. But after some questioning and some discussion there, the judge decided that his testimony, Dr. Lewis's testimony, was inadmissible, but that they would recognize him as an expert in forensic psychology. So that's what's happened so far this morning in this case. We have about a 30-minute break before we come back for opening statements. So we will be doing gavel to gavel coverage here from our News Channel 9 Stream Center. We'll have, just like we did this morning, we'll be streaming what's happening in the courtroom. We'll be hearing from our crews in court. We'll be recapping for you the big points of the day, and we'll also be getting legal analysis on what this all means as we.
I think she meant to say empty. I was shocked when I heard that the word. But yeah, I think they are pretty full courtroom, and it's only going to get fuller. It's only going to get fuller as the opening statements happen. But I am really shocked that they have already taken more than half a day for this. I'm totally shocked. Hold on a second. So yes, I am buying my children their drinks. Oh, we have a place in town that we go to and get big drinks, and so that's what I'm doing now. But doctor's appointment went well. MRI, CAT scan went well. I hate doing those things. CAT scan's not bad. MRI sucks. I don't like the MRI machines. But it was vacant. Good one, Dr. Bullbutter. Oh, so there was a recent incident, so he hasn't been in jail for years. Wonderful. See? Aren't these big? Have a great day. Bye. So at this place, you get 44 ounces for $1.50. You can't even beat that at any other place in town. So they got their teas and whatever. And so now I will be back in office, like I said, in about 6 minutes or less. Hopefully I don't hit every single light in town. So what do y'all think so far? Throw me some comments. By the way, I didn't hear because I was in the machine. Did they or did they not permit the expert? Someone throw me up thumbs up for yes, he's in, or X, no, he's not in. Hi, TK. How are you doing? How you doing? Wait. The expert testimony is inadmissible? Is that your opinion, or is that what's actually happened? Is that what actually happened? Y'all let me know. Thumbs up. Do we have an expert witness? Thumbs down if we do, or an X if we do not. Thumbs up, yes. X if it's no. Yeah, we're doing okay. I had to run to a doctor's appointment and some tests that I had scheduled months and months ago. Months and months and months ago. So he was not permitted? I have to go back and watch. So was it just a blank he was not permitted, or was he permitted but he couldn't testify to X, Y, and Z? Oh my gosh, how interesting, y'all. So he was qualified as an expert, but the testimony is inadmissible. Wow. I will have to go back and rewatch that tonight. I want to see how that laid down. Oh, I bet the defense is devastated. OMG. Oh, so it's kind of like yeah, he's an expert, but no, we're not going to permit his testimony. Oh my God, that's what I call a backhanded slap. So I guess all of you are right. I mean, I thought they were going to qualify him as an expert, but I didn't think about dividing that up. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. All right, guys. Wow, interesting. I got to text my daughter. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I had to text my daughter. I had to text my baby girl. I need help getting in. I've got all these drinks and stuff to cover. Well, that's the first I've ever heard of that. Well, I can't say the first I've ever heard of it, but the first since I've been doing this. OMG. Well, now I'm really intrigued with this case. This is a new case for me. I hadn't really followed the case a whole heck of a lot. So just knew the very basics of the case, and I still only know the very basics of the case, but I am anxious to go back and watch tonight's portion, what I missed today, because that's going to be fun. They are expecting this case to go approximately 10 working days, so we'll see about that. It was inadmissible because he missed the deadline. Expert relied on profession type, not. So he didn't even give him a diagnostic. An expert witness, if you are a forensic psychologist, that's diagnostic. So you're telling me he didn't diagnose him with anything other than anxiety and depression? Y'all. Okay, I'm going to go dark for a few minutes while I get into the shop, and I'll be back in front of y'all in about 5. Everybody take a little comfort break. Everybody get ready for this afternoon of opening arguments, and I will see you in a minute.
Okay, everybody, I'm back. Yay! Got my ears on. Hi, Natalie. Hi, Ronnie. Hi, everybody that stuck with me. I appreciate it. I know it was weird. Got all that done. Oh my gosh, there was 100 and something comments. There's no way I can read them. Oh, what happened, Miss Bama Green Eyes? Did you? Oh yes, steroids are my friend. Yeah, steroids. As when you have rheumatoid arthritis or autoimmune disease, steroids are your friend. You love weird streams. Are we weird enough? Are we weird enough? A friend gifted me her case and a bunch of her makeup. She used to be in the makeup business I was in. So I'm dying to see what all I got. I'm dying to see what all I got. think she dropped it off when I was gone. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yay, we like lip glosses. And lipsticks. My favorite color. You are right. I never heard it put that way, but I like it. Steroids are Satan's stick stacks. Oh. Oh, found it. Oh, the liquid foundations. Oh. There we go. Y'all, I am a professional makeup artist by trade. And when a makeup artist retires, sometimes they, send the blessings on to another makeup artist, which is what happened to me. She's retired out of it. So I'm benefiting from it. Oh, I needed to freshen my makeup anyway. Your face is a full moon. Are you talking in shape or in color or both? Shape, color, or both? Shape, color, or both. Shape, color, or both. We love the Duo Lab. Anybody who gets a facial with me gets the Duo Lab. Oh. Yes, baby. Hello, baby. So that doesn't there. Whoa, someone shut my door. Are you not? Oh, yummy. I love the palettes. We're looking at palettes. So what do you think? Both? So do you think he did it? Is that the consensus that yes, he did it? You need makeup classes. Well, I can do makeup classes. That's not a problem. I actually do have a makeup channel that I haven't done anything with like in freaking ever. Oh, eyeshadow palettes. Can't go wrong with eyeshadow palettes. I got a lot of eyeshadow palettes, which is something I always need as a makeup artist. These are all makeup palettes. So this trial, get that up. This trial is starting to be a cooked up trial, man. This has gotten better than I thought it was going to be. I had no idea it was going to be this good. Look at those colors, you guys. Love the colors. Now that's a hot blush, let me tell you. That'd be a hot blush. I don't every day. I know that a lot of people do. As with anybody who's had a hysterectomy early in life, and every woman who's menopausal, sometimes we get stubblies. I used to pluck those all the time until my dermatologist told me to shave it. Don't pluck it. I did have to have called laser treatments, and this down here. I did have laser treatments because it got so bad. I still have some. Aren't we Zoom doomed? Oh, no, let's Zoom doomed. Okay. So I did have the laser treatment. I have a little bit left, but the laser treatment was not painful and it was worth every freaking penny. Okay, back into court. For those of you who are just joining us, thank you so much for joining. We appreciate you. We are going into court. I thought, now did we have opening arguments? Once again, I cannot hear when I'm in these appointments because the hearing aids are not on because the machines eat them up. So I'm assuming we had opening arguments. Now we are I'm going to do that. The AC noise and the fact that the microphone on the defense table is on and all you hear is driving me nuts. Sorry. This is a witness, y'all. And also, you guys, please hit the like button. Get entered into the drawing.
Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record?
Katrina Kayambi.
And
I don't know what happened.
talk a little bit about yourself and your family before we get started. Do you need a break? Let us know.
I am. Give me a
Do you live in
second.
Chattanooga? Yes. Are you from Chattanooga? Yes. Are you married?
So this is where we were when I came in. So nothing. Okay. Maybe we did miss them. Maybe they were super short. Maybe they were super short.
You're in court now. There will be a lot of times like this morning where we spent basically all morning.
Thank you, TK.
So be prepared. There will be some times where we ask you to step out and be patient with us. So work the matters that in the end save time for them. I'm sure you bring the officers in that. Yes, Judge.
Yeah, there have been a few trials that don't have opening statements. This is so very true.
All right, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone.
That's the bailiff.
In it was the body of
Boy, they must have been super short.
in which
No, we have another suitcase.
Rulings only relate to the legal guidance.
The suitcase is in the house. Oh my God, the suitcase is in the house, y'all. That wasn't on the bingo card for today. Just saying. And spilling my coffee on my white shirt was also not on the bingo card for today. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know why that happened. Let me get back to the opening. There we go.
in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-312 against the peace and dignity of the state. This indictment, I'm sorry, Judge. This indictment was signed by the District Attorney General and was filed with the Clerk of the Courts on March the 23rd, 2023. Thank you, Your Honor. This is the suitcase in which Jason Chen stuck the 98-pound body of Jasmine Pace.
98 pounds? What is it with this?
Begin the story.
What's his name? 95?
I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story like the one that you read in the novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Pace was very real. And Jason Chen really killed it. The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River.
Lindsay, come here. It's okay.
And right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags.
Oh my God. 3 black.
Her right ankle was handcuffed.
He dismembered
to
her.
Right wrist.
Y'all.
Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm.
Y'all.
Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung.
Okay, guys, we are having a little glitching on my monitors. I just noticed. Let me get it back up and running. It was a little glitchy. I don't understand why it was glitchy, but it was glitchy. So let me get it back.
He lived by himself.
Okay, guys, sorry. There was a big glitch around here. Everything just went
Never
bloop.
again after November 23rd.
It happens.
After November 23rd,
Yep.
2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected
Not
that
dismembered.
Jason Chen had something to do with her disappearance.
How do you put a body in 3 different
Despite the family's
bags and not
best
dismember it?
efforts to get the police department involved, initially the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26th, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment. You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there, but what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit cards. You will hear from a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division.
Case one, she has the glove on because she's handling the evidence, the suitcase.
On November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when Even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located
That'd be crazy.
all over Jason.
That's okay, case one. Feels good to
It
be
was
back. I'm sorry.
obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations. The same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her.
Thank you, Bull Butter.
You'll learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location records. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information. Her SIM card was located. Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chen's backpack that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department.
Yeah, he's a monster. The monster mash.
And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag that surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. Bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through Chattanooga Police Department homicide investigator Zachary Crawford. Over the course of the upcoming week, the state of Tennessee will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that
he's a bolt.
Handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged.
Are you saying he's got a screw loose or he's a bolt?
I ask that you carefully state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them.
I like her.
At the end of trial, I'm going
Nope,
to
death
humbly
penalty is
ask
not
that
on the
you
table.
find
Life
Jason
without
Chen
possibility
guilty
is.
of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then of using her corpse. Thank you.
Oh, he's screwed. Yep. That suitcase is bigger than the one Boone used. Now, the one Boone used definitely was smaller than that. Sort of, maybe not. And 98 pounds. Sound familiar? Just saying. All right, sir. We're ready for you.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time. I have no intention to waste it.
Yeah, right. And this was a hard-sided, not a soft-sided. She was already unalived.
Hours,
She wasn't unalived in it.
2022. Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. He didn't do it with premeditation. This is a voluntary manslaughter case. Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another in a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an unreasonable.
He has a right to a fair trial, y'all. No matter what, he has a right to a fair trial. Just saying.
The state told you during jury selection that in order to prove first-degree murder, they don't have to prove that it was done. But there wasn't. The state told you in jury selection that they don't have to prove a motive. There isn't. What the state does have to do is prove premeditation. And it can't. Because there wasn't. Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Elkinsville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant, worked very hard bringing him up. Jason graduated from high school and went to college here at Chattanooga, University of Tennessee, at Chattanooga, UTC. In November of 2022, he was a senior with a major in computer science. The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship. They started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer. They traveled to Chicago together that summer. And you're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m., she came over to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. They drank wine, smoked pot, smoked wax, watched movies, and do what 22-year-olds do. On the night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walking. Very small apartment. In order to open one bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife. They take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of wine bottles. So he was able to get off the top of the wine bottle, the plastic wrapper, and he placed it on his nightstand. At a certain point, they finish off the bottle of wine, and Jasmine goes back into the kitchen to get another bottle. And there on the counter is Jason's cell phone. Ding, 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 ding. That familiar Tinder ding that Jasmine and Jason knew so well because that's how they met. Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other girls, with other people. And this was infuriating to her. She was already in grief, and it sent her in an anger into a rage, and they started yelling and fighting verbally. Jason came into the kitchen, and you're going to hear from witnesses that can hear both of them arguing. You're going to hear from witnesses that heard this dispute, not the words, but can hear them yelling. Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle. And in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason, and Jason retreated, going from the kitchen to his bedroom, which you have to go through the bathroom. She chased after him, and he was trying to close the door to the bathroom, but couldn't because the bathroom got in the way. Then tried to run from the bathroom into the bedroom, but there was a pocket door, and it's impossible to close. He gets back into his bedroom, and Jasmine's right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife, and he reacts. And he stabs. He blacked out. Your heart is racing. You're in that fight or flight response. Your adrenaline is rushing. You're in a panic. You're in fear. You don't know what's going to happen next. He panicked. He comes to, and he's laying over Jasmine's body, kneeling over it. He's bloody. Sickened by it, Jason crawls on his hands and knees to the bathroom and throws up. He lays there for minutes, and then goes back into the room and sees what he's done. He's scared, in a panic, and he doesn't know what to do. And I wish I was telling you right now that he called 911, that he called the police, but he didn't. He should have. But even if he had called the police, I still think that we'd be having the same trial today, arguing the exact same issues. From there, Jason decides that he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done. He's scared for what his future entails, but more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down this course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so that he can put her into that suitcase. And where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee River here in Chattanooga. He then sets on a course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media, whatever he can do to
wonder if he took notes from the Boone trial.
It's selfish, and it's wrong. But he panicked, and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Jasmine Pace, Jasmine's mother. any person whose child is missing who would go to such lengths and have such courage should be commended. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't have known what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contaminated it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials and the blood that Jason cleaned up was tracked by Katrina Pace, all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking all through the apartment. Police, in this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent and unable to help Katrina Pace. In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for their missing, look for Katrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She, or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. You'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like after. The second issue is the incompetency and the ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zach Crawford. You're going to hear him testify at this trial that he told Katrina Pace and her family that he would tarnish this investigation if it meant bringing Jasmine back. Well, that begs the question, what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this investigation? What could he have done to manufacture premeditation so the state could show that to you today and over the course of this week? I promised you not to waste your time. The state's talking about fingerprints on trash bags, DNA found at the scene. I don't intend to ask any questions about any of that. The only issue in this case is whether there's premeditation. If there is no premeditation, this is not first-degree murder. This killing didn't happen after calm and cool reflection as the law requires. This is Jason, after being sufficiently provoked, after having his girlfriend run at him with a bottle, with a broken glass, and him reacting in a panic, but acting irrationally. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged. Jason Chen should be held.
I don't know.
Of the crime he did, not the crime he did. Thank you.
No, hide and seek and arts and crafts were not involved.
Has been requested, if anybody's going to testify in this case that's not the lead investigator for the case or the Pace family, we will step out. John Craig Perkins.
Your Honor, I'd ask for DVD on Your Honor's screen. The state's going to call to the stand Katrina Bean.
You can play it through your laptop.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have a few minutes? The
This is the first shot.
You may step out any time, please.
Well, Your Honor.
State's first witness. Pace, hang on a moment, please. Just one, you want to talk to Ms. Pace for just a moment?
Well, the court's giving me 2 minutes, judges.
Is this the mother? I have a lot of weird background noise I'm struggling with, and it's my hearing. Oh, okay. We're going to zoom. We need to zoom.
And
Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. Volume up. We're good. Wow. I love the jacket, Mom. I don't know how long they were dating. Defense opening arguments admits that Chen unalived her, claims that it was a crime of passion, says Jasmine found texts from other girls and got angry, so let's blame her. Claims Jasmine came at Chen first with a broken wine bottle, let's blame her. And Chen is guilty, but not of the crime in which he's charged. Oh, how brilliant. How brilliant is that argument? Sometimes you've got a client that you just can't do anything about. That's who they are. That's what's happened. They're guilty. You just got to fight the best you can in the trial. Oh, I thought that was getting ready to. Okay. Oh, I zoomed because it was just a sidebar, no comments or anything. So I zoomed forward. I thought you liked me zooming. You told me to zoom earlier. Micro mini M&Ms. I know we're behind, Ronnie. I'm trying to catch up.
Jury's back in courtroom.
the state would call Katrina Beans to the stand, Your Honor.
I wish they would mute the mics that they're not currently using. In my humble opinion.
Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record?
Katrina Bean.
And just gonna talk a little bit about yourself and your family before we get started. If you need a break, let us know. Do you live in Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you from Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Gregory Scott Bean.
Do you have children?
I do.
How many? 4. And is one of them Jasmine Pace?
Yes.
Who is Jasmine's biological father?
Travis Pace.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful woman.
How old was Jasmine in November of 2022?
22 years old.
And can you describe for the jury, just generally, Jasmine's
Thank you, Yana. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Today, that weighed 100 pounds.
Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022?
Last time I weighed 100 pounds was
And where
97,
would your
98.
house, would the pool house be located?
Our house is right above the pool house.
What's the address?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Is that Chattanooga? Was Jasmine working anywhere in 2022?
Yes, she worked for us.
And what is us mean? Can you explain that?
My husband and I have a construction company. She ran our office.
Ms. Bean, you're very soft spoken. I will make sure that the jurors hear.
Pull the mic closer to you, boo-boo.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bean.
I want you to talk to the jury about what was going on in your family the week of Thanksgiving in 2022, specifically the 21st and the 22nd. Can you talk to the jury about that?
My grandmother that raised me, that's my mom, fighting cancer. Just got finished her treatments and thought it had a shooting a remission and she got sick and quickly, within a 24-hour period, we had to take her to the emergency room that morning of the 22nd. And she died that evening in the emergency room. With all of her family present, including Jasmine and myself.
Was Jasmine close to her grandmother?
Yes.
You testified that Jasmine lived in your pool house. How often were you seeing Jasmine in this period of time?
I saw Jasmine every day, on and off, all day, every day.
Because she lived there and she worked for you?
And we were very close.
At some point after her grandmother passed away, were you not able to get in touch with Jasmine?
Correct. Very next day.
Were you calling her?
I was calling and she didn't answer. I sent messages.
Was that abnormal?
To not hear from Jasmine, yes. And for her not to be there for her family, yes.
Did you know if she was seeing anyone in terms of a dating relationship?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jason Chen.
And to your knowledge, what was their relationship at that point in time?
They're getting to know each other. She wasn't ready for us to meet him.
So you had never met him?
No.
She had never brought him to the house?
No.
Was she private?
She was.
So when was the last time you saw Jasmine?
November 22nd, 2022.
Do you know about what time, what day she left your house for the last time?
About 11 o'clock at night, I guess.
What caused you to finally take a step to go to Verizon to see if you could check her cell phone records?
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Lay the proper foundation.
You testified that you could not get a hold of your daughter.
No.
Did you try on the 24th?
Yes.
Were other friends and family trying on the 24th?
I'm not sure. I followed up with the friend that I had received a message from. Her phone line saying that she was going to be with, and I couldn't get a hold of her, so I got a hold of her grandmother. Said that Jasmine had not been there for Thanksgiving. And a friend reached me and said that she hadn't heard from Jasmine, that was, she had not been up there, and I was immediately concerned, and I went to Verizon to see about her phone data, if I could locate her. I seen that there hadn't been any activity on her phone for several days. And
I got to go relieve
So
the
I,
puppy. I'll be right back.
I bought a cheap phone in Verizon and had her phone line put on it so that I could get messages that signed into her car app.
Okay, let's pause there, because we just testified to a lot. So you testified just now that you learned that Jasmine was not with her friend who you thought she could have been with. Who was that friend?
Emma,
And how did you know that?
because her grandmother and her both said that she wasn't there with them.
Why did you think that Jasmine would have been with Emma?
Because I received a message from Jasmine's phone on the 23rd, which at the time I didn't pay attention to the wording, because I was so upset about my grandmother. But on the 26th, when I started getting really concerned, I went back and I read the text again, and the wording said, I'm going with my girlfriend, Emma, to spend Thanksgiving in South Carolina, which Jasmine wouldn't have texted me introducing Emma as her girlfriend because I knew Emma. Emma had spent lots of time around me. So there would be no reason for Jazzy to introduce her that way. That was odd. And then also, I was almost certain that Emma's family was from Kentucky, not South Carolina.
Did you reach out to Emma's family?
I did, her grandmother.
And what did you learn?
Jasmine had not been there.
Was that really what sparked your significant concern that something could be wrong?
Yes.
And so then you testified that you went to Verizon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, so let's slow down. You went to Verizon and did explain to them what you asked for them to do and then what Verizon was able to do with Jasmine's phone.
So I logged into our account because Jasmine's phone line is on our plan. And I looked at her activity on her phone line, see if calls made out, calls coming in, text message, if there was any data activity, anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there hadn't been for several days.
Okay. No calls, no activity on apps. What is the My Chevy app?
It's an app that tracks your vehicle's movements.
What kind of vehicle did Jasmine drive?
A Chevy SUV.
Okay. And is My Chevy something that comes with the vehicle?
It is.
With every Chevrolet?
I'm not sure.
You knew at that time that it came with Jasmine's stuff? Yeah. Were you involved in purchasing Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do to log into the My Chevy app?
I had her phone line put on a different phone that I had to confirm the text. You get a confirmation so you can log in.
Okay. And what was the point of looking at the My Chevy? It might seem obvious, but what was the point?
So I could locate her car. I couldn't locate her, hadn't talked to her, found out that she wasn't where I received a message saying she was going to be or who she was going to be with. So the next thing would be to find her car, and maybe I find her.
And did the My Chevy app show that she left her house on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
And did it show you a destination for her vehicle on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
I'm going to show you two separate pictures and just ask you to look at them for a second. Do you recognize those two pictures?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a from the My Chevy app.
This is the woman who
Of her car's movements on November 22nd.
went into the defendant's
and
house
11:27.
without a warrant
Do these
and
photos
took
accurately
things.
represent what you saw when you pulled up her My Chevy app on November 26, 2020?
Okay, this is a woman who, her and some of her family members went over to the defendant's apartment multiple times and took things out of his apartment and never got arrested, and there was no warrant. And it was breaking and entering, theft, trespassing, and they never got arrested. Never were charged for any of it.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit number 1. It's 2 pages.
There you go. Exhibit 1.
Permission published. All right, so I know that this
The
is
mother.
framed where it's
Yep.
but this is going to be behind you, so you can sort of turn and also talk to the jury at the same time.
Yes, she did.
Um,
Not to say I probably wouldn't want to
So
do the same
Chevrolet
thing,
Smart
but I know
Driver,
better.
that's sort of how we know it's a Chevrolet, is that right? Yes. Okay, and then November 22nd, 2022, that this reflects the time that her vehicle showed? Yes. Okay. And you see this black dot up there?
Yes.
What does that represent to you?
That's the area that my house is at.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That kind of looks like my city, Kerrville, the way that river runs through it right there. That kind of looks where I live, but it's not.
The second page of State's Exhibit 1.
Yeah, don't mess with her, baby.
Does it show you the address from which the vehicle left and arrived?
Yes.
And can you read that address out loud?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Right.
That's my address.
And then destination?
Nope, she was not charged, which
Did you know at that time, what was at 108 Tremont Street?
No.
Did it mean anything to you?
No.
y'all, I struggle with the fact that she was not charged. The family was not charged. It wasn't just her, it was multiple people. Yeah.
Do you recognize those two documents?
And
Yes.
they've had hearings and stuff over whether or not the evidence that was gained from her breaking in could be brought into trial. I'm waiting to see how that plays out because that's going to be very interesting because it's from the ill-gotten gain. It's from the fruit of the spoiled tree. It's spoiled fruit from the tree, however you say it. It's ill-gotten gain. I mean, she didn't have a warrant. She didn't have any just cause. She didn't have any legal reason to go into the property. And I understand the desperation, but breaking and entering, and then it's bad enough that you broke and entered, but then you took things. She found her daughter's possessions, her driver's license, credit cards, and such, and she took them instead of calling the police while she stood there. Yeah, I'm surprised. Now, she says from one report or one documentation that I read, that she states that the door was not locked. Another report or another reporting says that she used a credit card to pop the door open.
What is that?
Fruit of the poisonous tree. Thank you.
Map and timeline of her car's movements from the app.
Okay, and is that an accurate reflection of what you saw on the My Chevy app attached to Jasmine's car in November of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit number 2. It's a 2-page document.
Exhibit 2.
All right, so now we pull this up on the screen. This black dot down here, what does that mean?
Dr. Bullbutter, it's not a warrant situation. The thing is the other part to that story, and I'm trying not to dump too much of it, is that the police went in as well without a warrant. She went in, and then they went in without warrants. And I know that sometimes you can enter without warrants, but I'm just saying there was no warrant. And she broke it in. It's breaking and entering. It's definitely a crime what she did. It could have hindered Jasmine's case. You're correct. the police do need a warrant. And if I understand it right, because I was reading on it a lot last night, the police even entered prior to getting a warrant looking for her. I think they justified it because they were looking for a missing person and there was reason to believe she was there and in danger.
State exhibit number 1 if
But
you
it was
like.
still without a warrant.
What approximate location do you recall? What approximate location was that?
Tremont Street.
Okay. And then, can you see here where that, do you see what that little white dot says? Can you read that? Would you agree that it says start? Here it is. Would you agree that it says start?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, dear,
Okay.
dear one.
And
Thank
so
you.
this is November 23rd. This is the next day, right?
Yes.
And I like the
And so
news
what-
media putting the name up for us. We don't have to
What does
do
that
it.
white dot say?
That's where the vehicle stopped.
Okay, next page here, this will help you a little bit. So
True,
the
true, Hattie
My
Mouse.
Chevy app showed that on November 23rd, 2022, a vehicle started at 108 Tremont Street
Yes.
and then ended just a few minutes later, arrived rather at 900 Mountain Creek Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Bean, based on this, what did you and your family proceed to do?
We went to 900 Mountain Creek Road
Why?
because that's where her car was last.
And at this point in time, who was with you?
My husband and I believe my Jasmine's sister, Gabby, had met us there. I don't remember when she arrived. My oldest son.
Okay, is that it?
I think so.
What was located at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
My daughter's car.
Sorry, had to get more
What
water.
area was that
It's apartment buildings. It was in the back corner of the apartment buildings.
though? When you say it, you mean her vehicle was?
Yes.
Still breaking and entering.
Explain to the jury what you did when you arrived at 900 Mountain Creek Road. What did you and your family proceed to do?
We told the police.
After
But
you
you're
found her
right.
vehicle?
Yeah.
Did you fairly quickly find her vehicle?
Yes, it took us right to it.
The My Chevy app took you right to it?
The address on my Chevy app.
Took you right to her vehicle? Was anybody in her vehicle?
No.
Were the doors locked?
Yes.
And then you say that you called the police.
Yes.
Did a police officer come to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
There are 4 photos here, Ms. Bean. I would just take a look at those. You recognize those photos?
Yes.
What's depicted in those photos?
My daughter's car is in 2 of the photos, and my husband and I are in a photo. And on another photo, you can see Jasmine's sister, myself, talking on the phone to Jason Chen, and my husband also in the corner talking to the officer.
Do you know if these photos are from a body camera from November 23rd, 2022?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Was that, are they taken from the point of view of the officer to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And to accurately reflect what that apartment building and that parking lot looked like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
That has to be small photos.
Are they separate photos?
Therefore,
Okay, can we mark them separately? I think it's easier to pull for.
yes, Your Honor.
So there's 3, unless that will mess up your presentation.
No.
Just 3, 4, 5, and 6. One mark. Go ahead.
Sure. Does it matter what order? Yeah.
I'll give you the first exhibit number when you're talking.
Yes.
Jurors, you will be able to take these exhibits back to the courtroom with you, so when you hear a witness or you're talking about exhibit 3, exhibit 5, make a note of it, will make it easier for you to refer to the juror. Thank you, gentlemen.
Behind you, Miss Bean, you will see State's Exhibit number 6. Is that yourself in the white t-shirt?
Yes.
Who is that next to you?
My husband.
And I'm going to have you with this pointer here. You can see that red is a button. If you can point out Jasmine's vehicle. Okay, and that is the white Chevrolet. Okay. Then.
Right there, Jasmine's vehicle.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 5 is what the witness is looking at, and that, again, the closest vehicle to us, correct, is Jasmine's vehicle.
Correct.
Right. This would be State's Exhibit number 3. Describe who we see in that photo.
That is Jasmine's sister, Jasmine Pace. That's myself. That's my husband.
Okay. One more photo, and then I'm going to go back to this one. I'm sorry. I think we have 2 of the same exhibit, Judge.
Call it or duplicate.
Yes, Judge.
2, 4, 6.
4 is duplicate, Judge. Okay. Katrina, did you?
Are we eliminating that exhibit or?
It's exhibit 4, so I'll be more as first as exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Combine those. Do you know anybody that lives at 900 Mount Creek Road?
No.
Did you ever know Jasmine to visit 900 Mount Creek Road?
No.
Did you knock on any doors that night?
We knocked on so many doors. The apartment complex is large, but I can't tell you how many doors we knocked.
Did you learn anything significant?
No.
So you testified that in one of these photos, which is the photo that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit number 3, that you were on the phone with Jason Chen. Correct. Why did you call Jason Chen at this location?
I actually didn't even realize it was him at first. I had her call log. I just got from Verizon and going over and seeing who she talked to recently, and so I was just calling the numbers on her call log.
When was the last time that she had talked to this number that you called?
The night before the 22nd.
And do you recall, based on her phone records, for how long that conversation lasted?
Yes, it was 71 minutes.
So to be clear, when you called Jason here in this photo that we're looking at, you didn't know it was Jason Chen?
Not until he said his name.
Had you spoken to him before this moment? And you said before he said his name was Jason Chen. Did he verify that it was Jason?
Yes.
Did you ask him when the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I did. I started off with letting him know that she's missing. If he wanted to know if he had any idea where she would be at, because they were dating, and asked when he last spoke to her, how did she seem? I don't remember what all I asked him, but those were the.
Did he seem concerned?
No, he didn't.
And he said that he hadn't spoken to her. When was the last time you say you spoke to her?
I don't remember what he said. I remember that it was a lie. I had him on speakerphone. But I don't recall what he said.
Did he admit to talking to her on the 22nd when you asked him when the last time was that he
I
spoke to
think
her?
from what I can remember, he changed his story and said, oh, I did talk to her. And I asked for how long, and he had said just a few minutes, I believe. And, you know, I muted the conversation and asked the officer, you know, should I confront him? He has just lied about multiple things. I have the proof right here. And that's what sticks out to me.
Did you confront him?
I did.
And what did he say?
That he had to get off the phone. He was at the airport.
Did you ask him where he lived?
I did ask him where he lived.
And what did he say?
500 Tremont Street.
Did he ask you any questions
No,
about Jasmine?
no,
Did he ask you any questions about what you guys had done to find her?
no,
Did he offer his assistance?
no.
So, do you recall the name of the officer that came to Mountain Creek Road?
Pierre, I believe.
Okay, and describe to the jury how helpful, in your opinion, Officer Pierre was able to be.
He took a report, gave me a card, said that he would pass the information along to detectives that would be assigned. You know, I would probably hear from them in 24 to 48 hours. And that's really all he could do.
He, do you recall if he was gonna go to 500 Tremont Street to see if Jason was there?
I asked him to follow me, and he said he could not do that.
Do you recall if at any point in time while he was there, he tried to contact another, potentially an investigator with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember. I was on the phone with Jason Chen.
Did anybody else from the Chattanooga Police Department come to Mountain Creek Road?
I do not believe so.
At Mountain Creek Road or soon thereafter, did you receive a call from anybody from the Chattanooga Police Department?
No,
No investigator called you to follow up?
no.
So did Officer Pierre leave Mountain Creek Road?
Yes,
When he left, were you still there?
yes.
And what did you proceed to do?
We called a tow for our daughter's vehicle to get towed to our house. We continued knocking on doors, showing pictures of my daughter, asking if anyone had seen her. We talked to the security officer at the apartments to see if he could help us with footage, since we knew the timing when her vehicle entered there, so we could see if Jasmine was driving the vehicle. So we know where to start looking. We started calling friends and family, asking for help to look for her.
Let me pause right there. Did you speak with the security officer at Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
Do you recall his name?
I do not.
That's okay. Did Officer Pierre assist you in contacting that security officer? Do you recall?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you did speak to the security officer on this night?
I did, and then he actually called me back, and we went back there to look at security footage after he was able to get it.
And did you view that security footage?
I did.
Did it show your daughter's vehicle arriving at Mountain Creek Road?
It did.
Did you see he was inside?
No, we couldn't tell.
Okay. All right. So back to what you all did after that. stayed at Mountain Creek Road, you talked to the security officer. At what point did you leave Mountain Creek Road?
Shortly after that, we went to
Yeah.
500 Tremont Street.
Why?
Jason Chen said that's where he lived.
What was it, 500 Tremont Street?
It was a abandoned house that was under construction. We spoke to some neighbors, asking, showing Jasmine's picture and asking if they had seen her. No.
Did you go other locations as well after you left Mountain Creek Road?
I did. By this time, there was multiple people sending in messages to Jasmine's best friend Bailey and about where he possibly lived, people that had worked with him.
You say him, do you mean Jason Chen?
I do.
Okay.
I remember we went to Miss Burrito downtown because I guess above there is apartment that somebody called in and said that he lived there. He did prior live there, but it wasn't there no more, so we just kept going and looking at any place that.
And who all was with you? Did anybody else join the search party?
Yes, Travis Pace and his girlfriend Jackie, I'm not sure her last name.
Travis and Jasmine Pace.
Correct.
Anybody else?
And his girlfriend at the time, Jackie. And then later on in that evening, a friend of ours, Wayne Tubbs, had joined us too.
Is there anywhere else throughout the night that you went looking for Jasmine before you arrived at 110 Tremont?
I don't remember everywhere that we went. It was, I had slept a couple of days and we were just searching everywhere. Once the security officer from the apartment had got back with us, we were, at one class we just spoke to Chen's parents, which they just said, don't call back again. And we went back to the apartments to view the security footage. And while doing so, I looked back at mine and her messages.
You and whose messages?
Mine and Jasmine's messages.
Okay.
And seeing that she had sent me a pin drop, her location. And that's why we went to the 110 Tremont.
What caused you to look back at your and Jasmine? So when you say conversation, do you mean your text thread?
Yes, our text thread.
What caused you to go back and look at that?
I don't remember. We were trying to get the footage working at the apartment with the help of the security officer. And I went on our thread and I seen it, and I didn't notice it before because I had sent her a pin drop on the 22nd because we normally had been taking my grandmother to the hospital downtown, and we didn't that day. And so I had sent her a pin drop showing her what hospital we were at. So, and I didn't notice that she had sent me a pin drop because I thought it was a pin drop I had sent to her.
Objection.
I would hate to be her. I would absolutely hate to be her. And, but I am loving the smoothness of this courtroom. Absolutely loving the smoothness of the trial. I know we had to get up and go with the situation with the expert witness, but in general, this is really, really wonderful. And I'm just pleasantly surprised by this.
I want to clear something up, Katrina. When you say that you located a pin drop, which is basically location sharing, you said from her being Jasmine, you don't actually know whether it was her or not, but it came from her phone. Is that correct? So you can't testify whether or not she actually sent the pin drop.
No,
But did you have her number saved in your phone?
I do.
And did it come from what
Her
was
phone line.
her phone line? Okay. And do you recall approximately the day and time that that location was shared from that phone with you?
It's November 23rd at 2:18 in the morning.
2:18 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
I am drinking water that is energy boosting and collagen fulfilling water. Something I'm trying as a possible new sponsor. It's supposed to give me, drinking it throughout the day is supposed to give me more energy,
What is it?
and it's supposed to also
It's a
boost
pin
your
drop.
collagen,
Coordinates.
which I've heard about this technology. I just never had an opportunity
That
to try it.
accurately reflect what your phone showed when you clicked on that location that was shared with you?
Yes.
And was this photo taken by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I'm not sure.
Is that a picture of your phone?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, ask this state's exhibit number. 7. It can be one. I would say this would be one, but they go together. So 7. All right. So just while you look at the screen again. Is this what was shared with you from your daughter's phone?
Yes.
And is that another photo, when you click on that location, is this another photo that comes up?
Yes.
What is where this red is, what is this building?
Apartment complex Jason Chen lives.
So, when you saw this location that had been shared with you, what did you do?
We leave if we go to that location.
Same people with you at this time?
At the moment, it was just Gabby, Travis, Jackie, and myself. Wayne, Tubton met up with us later on in the evening after we arrived there.
What was your reaction when you saw this location drop?
I was scared because
I can only imagine, honey boo, how horrible that was for you.
Location in the middle of the night.
At the time that you saw the location drop, did you know of anybody that lived or
No.
frequented this building?
No.
So you traveled to this location. Do you recall what the address was?
I believe it's 110 Tremont Street.
Okay. And it's an apartment building, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then have you turn around. Katrina, I've just pulled up Google Maps, okay? Anyone can access this. Do you recognize this location?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the apartment.
I love my Hitchman Homestead
All my
coffee.
daughter's stuff in.
Okay, and
It's
do
the
you
best
recall
coffee,
when
y'all.
you got there, if you entered into a particular door that you could see in this photo?
I went into that door right there.
Okay. Let's see, the door, you're pointing to the only door you can see in this photo, is that correct? Correct, double door.
You're welcome,
And
TK.
then,
Order some. It's fabulous. And they have a monthly subscription. I love the monthly subscription. They're fabulous. Get your Hitchman Homestead coffee. It is just so a lot of people, you may not know, when you get your Folgers, which I used to love, any of the marketed coffees that you get in grocery stores or Starbucks or whatever, the coffee beans are not picked when they're overly ripe. They're not picked when they're ready to be harvested. They pick them early and then they over roast them to bring out the flavor, basically burning the coffee. And that's why a lot of times you get a bitter kickback on the back of your tongue. This company roasts their beans fresh and grind them fresh when we order them. So it's awesome. I hate bitterness on the back of my tongue when I drink coffee. Hate it with tea too. And we have got two very good companies, and they're not filled with a bunch of preservatives or shelf stabilizing ingredients. It is fresh, 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 fresh. Ground fresh, brewed, everything. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Sorry, today, for those of you who are new and joining me, today is just a little bit of an interesting day, not the way our day normally goes. So thank you for your understanding.
parking lot, it is. Is there a parking lot on the other side of the building?
Nope, just go ahead and I apologize.
I'm not sure. Where did you?
For now, just go ahead and order. They're such a small company. They bless me with coffee and keep me up and going. And but I am working on them with getting a special Ada K brew with a special discount.
You all parked when you got there?
Just let me know if you ordered and what you think.
I know my car.
On the street?
I did, it was right by the parking lot.
Okay. Everybody's together, and so how did you get into the apartment building?
Just tell them.
Actually,
Just tell them I said hi.
The gentleman that lived there let us in.
Did you tell them why you were there?
Yes,
And then what did you proceed to do in the building?
we know.
They also have an awesome half and half and a decaf. Oh, they taste so good.
On every door. We're also trying to follow the coordinates with our phone to guide us to the coordinates that was sent to me.
What were you asking people when you knocked on their door?
If they had seen my daughter, showed them pictures.
And did something cause you to arrive at apartment 210?
Yes.
What was that?
Spoke to a neighbor that told me that
Objection, your side.
It's not going to matter now.
From prior hearing, I believe this is going to explain why she did what she did. So for the non-hearsay purpose, shall be admitted. Objection number. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear the witness describe statements made by someone else other than her. They're not to be taken for the truth of matters certain. They're only to be taken for the admissibility purpose of explaining why Ms. Bingham did what she did. May continue.
So what led you to apartment 210?
neighbor said that he heard a woman scream within several minutes of the pin drop that I had received from my daughter.
Say it's only Sarah.
And from that direction, and Jason's apartment door was the only one that someone didn't answer.
So the person told you that the scream had come from a certain apartment. Was that apartment 210?
It was.
And did you and your family knock on that door?
We did. No one answered it.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you and your family members then proceeded to do.
I got a credit card from my wallet of my car, and we broke into the apartment. I knew something He was too close to when my daughter sent me a pin of her coordinates. The coordinates were almost exact.
Was anybody there?
No,
What did you start doing when you got into the apartment?
we opened up the door and seen cleaning supplies and a notebook. I opened the notebook, seeing that it was Jason Chen's apartment. Opened up,
How did the notebook let you know that it was Jason's apartment?
it had his name on it.
Okay.
Opened up desk drawers, found my daughter's ID and credit cards that I had seen on the counter. A little travel bag of hers.
So you located some of Jasmine's belongings.
I did.
And you mentioned a desk. Where, when you walk in the door to Jason's apartment, can you describe to the jury where the desk was at?
You walk in, it would be to your right.
Okay. And who was it that opened that drawer of his desk?
I don't remember if it was myself or Travis. They were all right together. Took pictures of us entering and took pictures of the credit cards and ID in the desk.
Thank you, Ronnie. Ollie tea is really good. I have that every afternoon or evening. Coffee in the morning, tea in the afternoon. And it can be brewed cold or hot. And again, it's super fresh.
Yes.
It is super fresh, and she mixes the flavors herself. She's fabulous.
Jason Chen's apartment door, and right when you first walk into his apartment.
Does that photo depict the desk that you were just testifying to?
Yes.
Is that what you recall looking like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's speaking mistakes next to exhibit.
Exhibit. Sorry, just the two exhibits.
There are two photos there.
Let's make them 8 and 9. Looking for it. And let's finish marking.
8 and 9. I'm showing the jury what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 9. So, Ms. Pace, you testified to, what is this behind you?
Jason Chen's door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 8. Explain to the jury where we're at in Jason's apartment in relation to the door.
The doors to the left of this shoe rack.
And is that the desk here to the right that you were talking about?
Yes.
And you recall what side of the desk the drawer was on?
It's just in the front.
And can you describe where in the drawer her driver's license and credit cards were?
Just open the doors right there in the corner.
Were they stacked on top of one another? Were they spread out?
I don't remember. I think they were pretty much stacked together. Not personally, I took a picture of it.
Do you recall whether you saw the driver's license first or the credit cards first?
I do not recall. I just remember seeing my daughter's license and credit cards.
Do you recall seeing the license and the credit cards before or after you saw her other belongings, the bag?
I saw the bag when I first walked in.
Okay. And can you tell her again, I think you said the counter, where was her bag?
It was just a little bag. It's right there at the back left, that counter right there, on the edge of the picture. It was right there on that.
What kind of bag was it?
It's just a little travel bag.
And did you contact law enforcement at 110 Tremont Street?
We did.
Okay. And did patrol come to the location?
They did.
Hi, Haley. Love
Were they able
you.
to help you?
No.
Did a investigator come out?
No,
Did you talk to Zach Crawford with the homicide division?
no,
Did you talk to any detective in the missing persons division?
Thank you, Ronnie.
Did patrol leave that apartment that night without doing anything?
yes.
See you later.
I mean, they took another report and
Told you,
they talked to the neighbor.
but told you what?
And they passed along the information to the detective that it was assigned to.
Okay. When patrol left the apartment building that night, did you and your family members also leave?
We went down to our vehicles and we waited until police left.
And then what'd you do?
I went back in
For
to
what?
his apartment
For what?
to get whatever, anything that I thought I could use to help find my daughter.
Were you frustrated?
I was scared.
Did you take items?
I did.
What'd you take?
I took electronics, phones and tablets and
How many phones? Do you recall how many phones you found in Mr. Chen's
there was
apartment?
multiple.
Okay. And what else?
Okay, guys. You guys know I'm a volunteer firefighter chaplain, and I have just been called out to the firehouse, so I need to leave here by 3:30 to go take care of that. So please, guys, do not get angry if I go ahead and end the live. Let's see if I can zoom this a little bit. I can keep it going and I can end it on my phone, but I am going to have to go and take care of a problem.
Notebooks, I don't remember what all, there's a,
How many times do you think you went back into Jason's apartment?
like 2 or 3 times after that. And I took whatever I thought I would have to hire a traffic investigator for.
What I'll do is I'll leave this running and I will control it from my phone. I'm still here. But I have to go take care of this, leaving in a few minutes, well, about 3:30. So, like I said, I will be on the phone. I will be monitoring, and I can shut the live down from there. I haven't forgotten about you, but let's keep watching for now.
I realized panicking. I didn't know what I needed to be able to find her. So
Come on. Trying to get it back to normal. What's it doing? Okay. Okay, so where do I have sound now? Oh, that's why. Yeah, everything's okay at the firehouse, but we've got a call. I'll tell y'all all about it later. Okay, they're muted again. I'll still be in the car. Myself and the other chaplain will be driving to the event, so I can still go live and talk to you. I'm not going to totally leave you abandoned. It's all good, guys. All good.
Sorry, Judge, the technology seems to quit.
We've been wrestling with it all morning to take shots.
May I personally use it?
Feel free to record.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bean, do you recognize the scene? What's happening?
Interacting with law enforcement.
And what are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't.
Picked up my shoe and it smelled like candy.
What we're talking about.
You remember officers,
Weird.
police officers entering into Jason Chen's apartment while you're standing there in the hallway?
I honestly, I've spent over 2 years trying to cope and deal and not think about every moment of that night. In all fairness, I don't remember.
So you wouldn't remember what the apartment looked like if I were to show you a video of it?
I would remember some of it, I'm sure, but to be able to recall every detail of the apartment, no, I couldn't.
You said that you didn't do anything around the apartment, did you?
No,
Do you know anyone else that did?
I don't know.
Did anyone, and what the state described as your search warrant, do you know that they went into the apartment without you?
I don't know.
Has anyone told you they moved around things in Jason Chen's apartment to make it look more incriminating?
No,
Officer Bracelet and Officer Creighton went into Jason Chen's apartment after you went in.
okay.
Is that right?
I don't remember the officer's names that were in there, but
What officers went in?
correct.
Why would the apartment look different after the police went in there than when they were in? We changed.
I have no idea.
Katrina, to what extent would you have gone to find your daughter? Did you believe that she could have been in Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes,
that day?
JG, they did
Yes.
take things from the apartment. That's what
Did
I
you
was
believe
saying.
at the time that there could be
That's why I was like, why
things
weren't they
in the apartment
arrested?
that could lead you to your daughter?
Yes,
Are you aware,
Okay, got me up.
do you know whether or not Mr. Chen went to his apartment after you entered his apartment?
I don't know.
You said you would do anything to find your daughter?
Wouldn't you?
Of course.
Okay.
But you would break into an apartment.
To find my daughter? Yes.
You would lie to police.
I was just trying to find my daughter.
You would perjure yourself under oath.
I haven't perjured myself.
Go ahead, Marshals. You're good.
Nothing further, Judge.
Does the jury have any questions for Mrs. Bean? I'm speaking, Mr. Bill. No, pardon, please.
Your Honor, the state will call Officer Mackenzie Pierre.
sounding sort of testimony like it's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Hello, Officer Pierre.
Hello.
Can you say your full name as a court reporter?
Officer Mackenzie Cole Pierre.
And Officer Pierre, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Chattanooga Police Department.
And what division of the police department do you currently work in?
Neighborhood policing, so just basic patrol.
Okay, and in November of 2022, were you working in the same position?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is there a certain area of town in your role that you primarily work?
Yes, ma'am. The area is referred to as Adam North. That's more of like North Chattanooga. My specific area is Adam 5. That includes the Mountain Creek Road area, Moxon Bend, Signal Mountain Road area, and part of North Shore as well.
Were you working the night shift in November 2022?
I was working the second shift, so the in-between, yes, ma'am.
What is second shift?
So second shift runs from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And you stated that you're on patrol. Can you define for the jury what the duties of a patrol officer are at the Chattanooga Police Department?
So our basic duties are one, to answer calls to service, which vary greatly depending on whether it be civil matters, domestic disorders, more serious, heinous, aggravated assault crimes, vehicle thefts, like I said, a very great variety, as well as also do our best to deter any crime from occurring by being proactive, making traffic stops, and just watching out for suspicious activity to begin with.
On major cases, felony cases, are you called to investigate them?
Yes, ma'am. At least to take the initial report and do as much as we can at that time.
And if there needs to be, if it's a more serious case, what would then happen in your position on patrol? If it was something that was above your head, what would you then do?
That's when we go ahead and contact one of our investigation units to notify them, kind of give them the rundown of the details, what the report number is, and how much information that we have gathered so far, so that they can follow up with whoever they need to follow up with to continue the investigation.
So if, for example, it's a robbery, who would you call?
The robbery investigator, whoever is on call that evening.
If it's a homicide, who would you call?
Major Crimes Division.
If it's a
I told you I would be here.
Our Missing Persons Division. Yes, ma'am.
You are not equipped with the resources to investigate on those types of cases.
I get my ears on.
Not as equipped as the specific, specialized units. No.
Okay. One second, Judge. I apologize. On November, I'm going to draw your attention to November 2022. Do you recall being on, working on shift on November 26, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Do you recall on that day being called to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember?
Now I hear you.
I remember it came out as a missing persons call, and that, they were concerned about their adult daughter having not been in contact with her for quite some time, which was very much so unlike her. And so I responded on scene to meet with the complainant, Ms. Katrina.
And were you the only patrol officer that arrived on at Mountain Creek Road that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You were by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recall meeting Katrina, we're talking about the victim's mother in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you recall who else was there?
I believe her husband was there, and then a friend or family member. I don't recall the exact relation, but there was someone else there.
Had you known anything about this missing person, except for what you learned when you arrived there at 900 Mountain Creek Road? Did you know anything else about it?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. Do you recall individuals there naming a person of interest?
I do recall them mentioning after, discussing more of the details, that she had been seeing someone fairly recently by the name of Chen.
and they questioned, if we should reach out to him and possibly try contacting him to see if he knows any more information about where Jasmine could possibly be.
Do you recall if Katrina on that night did call Jason?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Was that phone call on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Chen or Jason?
Yes, I could hear parts of the conversation. There were numerous people there I was also speaking to as well, so I did not catch the entire conversation, but I did hear where, Miss Katrina asked him, where he lived and when the last time he spoke to Jasmine was.
When he was asked where he lived, do you recall what he said?
I don't recall the exact address. I do recall finding out after the fact that it was the incorrect address.
Do you recall when he said the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I do not recall the specific date, but I do recall when Miss Katrina asked him that question, she muted the phone and advised me that she had pulled phone records and that he was not telling the truth because she had seen that they contacted each other the day after that he was claiming he had last spoken to her.
Do you recall when he said he last spoke to her?
Not the specific day, no.
Okay. Did you ever try to visit the location that he said he lived at?
I fully intended to, but that night with it being the call load after I had done what I was supposed to do on my end as far as having her interview Miss Missing and contacting the investigators, I got caught up with various other calls to service coming out, so I did not have a chance to run by that address. No, ma'am.
Was Tremont Street within your area? Was that within Adam 5?
It's the district right next to mine, so Adam 4.
Okay, borders your district.
Yes.
While you were out there, did you consider calling a missing person investigator?
Yes, ma'am, and I did so.
Yeah, and which missing persons investigator was that?
I requested dispatch put the on-call missing persons investigator phone number on the CAD dispatch card for me, and it was Investigator Blunt that I made contact with that evening.
What does on-call mean?
On-call means, late at night or something like that for that weekend or that time period during the week. If it's after business hours, you're the person that gets contacted.
And that was Investigator Blunt?
Investigator Blunt was who I was referred to and who I spoke to that evening.
And she works in the missing persons division?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you feel about calling Investigator Blunt that night?
I was not too excited, if I'm being frank.
Why?
Me and her do not get along too well.
Okay.
Nobody wants to be on call,
Did
honestly.
you relay the information that you had been given by Jasmine Pace's family?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I gave her the complaint number, all the information that I knew. I even mentioned the possible boyfriend or person that Mr. Chen that she had been speaking to, and conveyed that her parents were quite concerned over the matter and that they would like to be contacted at some point.
What'd she say?
She said, okay, go ahead and forward me the information and, I'll reach out to them.
Did anyone else from the police department, I apologize. Did anyone else from the police department come out to Mountain Creek Road that night?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to give to Jasmine's family Investigator Blunt's phone number?
I don't believe I gave them her phone number specifically. Typically, we wait for the investigators to reach out to the family members and victims.
So, to your knowledge, that night, while you were there, Investigator Blunt did not speak with the Pace family.
To my knowledge, no.
Did she ask you, hey, will you hand the phone to them so I can talk to them?
No.
You didn't do that?
No.
So in your capacity as a patrol officer, what were you able to do for Jasmine's family that night?
So for that evening, I explained to them, which I also did, that I had Jasmine entered into the NCIC national database as a missing person, so that if anyone was ever to locate her and run her information, it would pop up right on the screen, missing person. And then I would contact a missing persons investigator, give them all the information that they just conveyed to me, give them my complaint number. But as of right now, in my position where I was at, like that is the most that I can do.
Sure. Do you recall communicating with them that you weren't able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
I don't recall specifically stating that.
Were you able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Do you recall contacting the security officer for the apartment building?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking with him?
Yes.
Did you ever meet him?
Oh, I've known him my entire career here.
What's his name?
Scott Miller.
Okay, so did he come out that night
Yes, ma'am, he did.
and you spoke with him?
Yes, and he spoke with family members as well.
Did you recall if he was able to search for any video from the apartment complex?
I know he explained to me that it would be hard to try to get it pulled up that evening, but that would be something that he'd be working on, that hopefully the following day he would be able to have access to.
Did he confirm that there were video cameras on the property?
He advised that there were cameras, he was just unsure about the angles and if they were going to be able to capture anything.
Sure, okay. That night or any time thereafter, were you able to do anything else for Jasmine Pace's family?
No, ma'am, it's not. The only further thing I had was, I believe, a day or two after taking the initial report.
You are right, Yana. This is a weird case. Absolutely strange.
Who also asked me for all the details and the complaint number of the incident.
What day is that?
I don't recall if it was a day or two after, but it was sometime shortly after the initial report was taken.
And you relayed all of the information you had to him as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge. No question, Your Honor.
Okay, guys, I hope you can hear me over this. I may lose signal as far as my cell phone, depending on how long this goes, but I will have my logo up if I'm not up. And I am on a way to a fire call. It's out in the middle of nowhere, so it's going to take me a little bit of time to get there, or emergency call, I should say. So the incident happened November 23rd, and he was arrested November 26th, 28th. Her body was found in December. So I really want to appreciate everybody who hung with me today. This is not a typical everyday live for us. I try not to go live on Mondays unless we have a trial. So, but I will sign off before I go. But I just want to let you know, if my internet gets shoddy, it's okay. I'll be back with you. Can y'all hear me? Could someone let me know that they could hear me? That way I know. Oh, I will. And I feel bad for all my new viewers. Y'all must think I'm cray-cray. I think this is the first time I've ever left a live for an emergency call, but it is what it is. It is what it is. For those who don't know, I'm Ada Kay. I'm also a deaf adult. I lost my hearing as a child. I had hearing as a child, lost it as an adult. I've been a volunteer firefighter since 2007, 06, I believe. And then I'm a chaplain with emergency services as well. So I'm busy.
Fortunately, the witness happens to be recalled for some reason impossible. Here, jury has a question for you. I'm going to ask it to face the jury.
Yes, sir.
For clarification, this location is where the vehicle was found?
Yes, the 900 Mountain Creek Road was a location where the victim's vehicle was located.
Can you redirect based on my question?
I don't have my glasses. I can't read it.
One, to help clarify for the jury based on that question. Officer Pierre, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as the state's exhibit 3, 4, 5, and 6. 4 is duplicate, so there's 2 there.
Just so you know, I'm meeting up with my associate pastor, emergency services chaplain, my associate one.
Absolutely, yes.
And he and I are going to go to the call together. I don't like going to calls by myself if I can avoid it.
Complex at 900 Mountain Creek Road.
And would these be screenshots of your body footage?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Attorney of the state would call Megan Dean.
So this case seems to be moving quite a bit. It may not take the full 10 days if they keep moving the way they're moving. But this is definitely a strange and gruesome case. Oh, y'all might wonder what this is. This is my emergency light. I have to wear that on scene.
And Ms. Dean, are you employed? Where do you work? Okay, which Walmart is that? Is it Baltimore Mountain Road? Yes. Okay. How close in proximity to Mountain Creek Road is your Walmart? Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes. Okay. How close is your Walmart to what we call Mill Street? Maybe 5 minutes. Okay. Do you know how close your Walmart is to Sup Creek Road? Okay. And in November of 2022, were you also employed at the Walmart? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And what is your role? Explain to the jury what your role at Walmart is.
I work in asset protection, so the video
Do you recall in November of 2022 being contacted by investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department about possible video footage or evidence of receipts? And do you recall who that was?
I don't remember exactly.
Female, male?
It was a male.
Okay. And is that something typically in the normal course of your job that you would be asked?
Yes.
What type of video system does the Walmart on Single Mountain Road have?
We have basically video. It accesses all of the registers, it accesses the sales floor, and the employee.
Who has access to that video equipment?
Only the people in opposition.
Okay. And you know how to use that video equipment? Do you often pull security footage for law enforcement? Is that one of your roles? Do you have any way to pull receipts from past purchases?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you do that?
We have a certain system that we go through, so we can either use a credit card or if we have a date or a specific call, and we have the register, we can also pull it.
Okay, and so do you recall what the investigator came to see you? Were they asking for a receipt, or were they asking for video, or were they asking for both? And did they specify a time frame for you?
Yes.
Were you able to pull that up for them?
Yes.
Did you go through that with them, or did you let them go through it? And did they signify that they were going to need to take some of that footage from you?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, pull some of that footage and give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I gave it to them.
It was there? Okay. And were you able to tell from that footage at what time did the footage show a purchase? Were you able to connect footage to a specific receipt of purchase? And were you able in the Walmart system to pull in, for lack of a better term, that receipt? Did you do that for investigators? Did you give it to them? Have you seen this before? Have you seen it plugged into a computer before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's on there?
It is basically the video footage of Jasmine Chen and select things, certain items, drugstore, receiving to the self checkout, and
Do you recall what day the video was from?
I believe it was November 24th.
And were you able to, based on reviewing that video, were you also able to pull the receipt that was connected to that purchase? Are there multiple video entries on that? Okay. Is one of them from a register?
Yes.
Is the self checkout? Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the receipt that you were able to retrieve for the Chattanooga Police Department detective?
Yes.
And what date is on that receipt?
November 23rd.
Your Honor, I asked that both the jump drive of the video and the receipt be entered as the state's next two exhibits.
18-week jump drive, 19 receipts.
Y'all still hanging in there with me?
Ms. B, I'll show you on the screen behind you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. I lost my pointer. Where is that? Oh, there we go. All right, so this is the receipt that you gave to the detectives. Again, can you, this date down here, 11/23/22, that would have been the date of the purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if I can point you in the direction of, well, is that time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are dates and times on these receipts normally correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can see here, there's a bunch of stars followed by 4189. What is that?
That would be a clock. It would be a day clock.
Would 4189 be the last four digits?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can see here expiration date, 0526. Would that be the expiration date of the card?
It would.
Were you able to view what was purchased that's related to this receipt and to the video? Was asparagus purchased?
It was not.
Was something else scanned on the video as asparagus?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that was?
I believe one was maybe some cereal bars, like some snack bars. I don't remember.
Up here, the state has no further questions for this witness.
Sure, have any questions? Thank you very much.
FYI, FYI, where I'm at, it's 80 miles an hour down the highway. That is our normal speed here. So if anyone thinks I'm speeding, I'm not. I'm going the speed limit at the moment. Not been given the need to speed yet, but if I have to speed, I can. I can put my lights on and go. But yeah, it's kind of cool. I love some of the Texas areas. Our average highway speed is 70 to 75 miles an hour. I went to Tennessee, and I got to tell you, once I got out of Texas, everything was 65. I was like dying. I'm not used to going 55, 65 on a highway. Uh-oh, sidebar is over.
10 minutes after 4, it's time to take an afternoon break. Have the jury step into the jury. We'll have you back in 15 minutes. And everyone in the gallery is back. And that clock says 4:25.
How late are they going to go? How late are they going to go? It's 4 o'clock and you're just now taking afternoon break? Are you going until 6 o'clock? Because I can't hang on that long. The live will continue, but I won't be on that long. But oh my gosh, y'all. This has been a wild day. By the way, for all those, like I said, who are new to my channel, this is not a normal way I do my streams. Earlier today, I did have a scheduled doctor's appointment with a test that I had to do, and had to go to that, but that was scheduled months ago. And in this little town, you don't change it or it'll be 3 more months before you get back in. And then I've got a call out, so I'm on my way to my partner's location. He is my associate chaplain. And then we go from here into the middle of nowhere, about 2 hours drive for the situation. Once the situation's done and resolved, I can share with you some of what's happened, but right now I really can't say anything, although that's the way it goes. But I don't leave very often on my live, so I really want to give a big shout out to my fabulous mods. You are simply amazing, and I love you. Miss Ronnie, you've been with me from day one. I can't see who else is modding right now. TK, thank you for hopping on. Yeah, no. I'm used to going 75 to 80, sometimes 85 on the highway. I'm not used to that 60, 65. Y'all, but then again, Texas is so huge. Texas is so huge. I mean, it already takes, what, 12 hours to get across Texas? I don't know how long it takes. I know it takes 7 hours to get from where I am to Louisiana border, at least 7 to 8. No, probably 8 hours. And then from where I am to El Paso is another 7 to 8 hours. So, yeah, it depends on how you drive it and how fast you go. But I am fortunate enough that our speed limits are a little faster in Texas than most places. You don't like going anywhere unless it's vacation? Who said that? I can't read. It's too small on my phone. I don't think I can expand it. No, I can't. And the bad thing is like this side road, this road that I'm on now is a side road, a country road. It's 65 miles an hour, and they're riding your tail.
So
everything's fast here.
Until about 4:25, but we've had some important developments since we've come back on here after the trial literally began after the lunch break this afternoon, with opening statements from both the state and the defense. So let's go through for just a moment some of their key points here. You're looking at,
this is where I'm going to get sketchy. So I'll be here. You just won't see or hear me.
Her opening arguments today. Some of the things she had to say. She told the jury, again, this jury from Nashville, that Chen stabbed Jasmine Pace, who was 22 years old, 60 times. She told them that Jasmine's family was then forced to take matters into their own hands because they couldn't get help from Chattanooga police. They said that they were able to track Jason Chen, his whereabouts in the hours after Jasmine Pace died by using the location of his cell phone. Also, something that they brought up, they said the SIM card of Jasmine's phone was found with Chen in Nashville in an eyeglasses case. So tying her to him, something that they allege he took with him after her murder. They also said that Chen's fingerprints were found on the trash bag inside the suitcase that contained Jasmine's body. And speaking of that suitcase, they presented that very suitcase to the jury. The suitcase they said that Jasmine Pace's body was found inside of on the side of Suck Creek Road. They said her one of her wrists was bound to one of her ankles, and then her other wrist was bound to her arm. Describing a very graphic scene of a body wrapped in trash bags and then stuffed into that suitcase. Cody Wamp literally pulling that suitcase back and forth in the middle of her opening statements. In just a second, I'm going to pull up some of the sound so you can hear from both attorneys. But first, I want to kind of recap both of their points. Or actually, let's listen to Cody Wamp now, and we'll pause it when we get to the defense attorney. So let's start there.
6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then abusing her corpse.
Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages.
Okay, so let's pause there for a second. We'll back that up so you can hear the beginning of it when we come back to it. So you saw Cody Wamp with that suitcase, and you saw her talking about that evidence there. So now let's go to the defense's opening argument. Some of their key points there. A big surprise for a lot of people watching this trial. The defense attorney, Josh Weiss, basically said, I'm not going to waste your time today. We admit that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, but he said it was a crime of passion, not a premeditated murder, which that is the charge that he's facing. Weiss says that Jasmine, as she was in Chen's apartment with him that night, found texts from other girls on his phone and got angry. They claim that Jasmine came at Chen first with a broken wine bottle. So this is the defense that they are starting to lay out here in their opening statements. At the end, he said Jason Chen is guilty, but not of the crime he is charged with. So they're trying to get the jury to believe he did kill her. They admit that he killed her, but they're saying it was a crime of passion. So now let's go back to our sound bites here, and we'll back that up just a little bit so you can hear the very beginning of defense attorney Joshua Weiss's argument. And I want to explain to you a little bit of kind of an insider baseball here. The judge has given us very specific instructions on where microphones can be in the courtroom, and it's at the podium where the attorneys set up to give their arguments and where they question witnesses. So when they step away from that podium, as you see they did in opening statements, it is difficult for them to hear. We're trying to turn that up for you as much as we can, but it is difficult to hear, especially the defense attorney in his position there. So let's listen.
And then abusing her corpse.
Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other girls, with other people. And this was infuriating to her. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged.
So again, that last part was difficult to hear, but it said what we had on that graphic just a second ago. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime of which he is charged. I want to bring in another video file here. This is Katrina Pace. This is, we're going to pause this here, and I'm going to give you a little back explanation. This is Katrina Bean is her name now. Her former last name was Pace. Jasmine's mother. We've seen her a lot during this testimony. She is the first witness called by the state. She says that she was talking with her daughter over text and then stopped hearing from her daughter, got very, very concerned, and went and tried to do some things to figure out where they could find her. She used the My Chevy app, which is an app with her daughter's car, to track her location. She then called Chattanooga police. She says she didn't get much help from them. And so she started asking around. She says she talked to Jason Chen on the phone as well, who gave her a fake address of where he lived. She ended up on Tremont Street, where Jason Chen did live. And she admits that she used a credit card to go into Jason Chen's apartment. And inside, she found Jasmine's ID and her credit card. Now, under cross-examination, the defense was asking her why she would go in to Jason Chen's apartment without the police, and asking her what she would do to find her daughter. And this is what Katrina had to say.
You said you would do anything to find your daughter?
Wouldn't you?
Of course.
Okay.
But you would bring it to her mother.
To find my daughter? Yes.
You can lie to police.
I was just trying to find my daughter.
You would perjure yourself into oath.
I had to put
Hey, it's Ada. I just want to tell y'all are just awesome, and thanks again for hanging in there. This is definitely a case
So
that's
again, a
turning
little
out like
difficult to
we
hear
did not
because of the
expect.
court restricted place of our microphone, but you heard her say on the stand several times, I was just trying to find my daughter. I was just trying to find my daughter. Heartbreaking to see a mother on the stand have to recall those details. Katrina Pace testifying that her grandmother died around this same time, so she was very emotional. And she went back and found a pen that Katrina Pace had sent her from Jason Chen's apartment. I do see that Mary Beth Mangrum, our reporter from inside the courtroom, is joining us now. I'm going to bring her in here. She only has a short break, so I want to give her just a few minutes to tell us what's going on. Mary Beth, hard to hear that testimony from Katrina Pace. What was it like in the courtroom during that?
Yes, yeah. I mean, it was so quiet. You could hear a pin drop whenever Katrina Bean was discussing exactly how this has affected her and her family in this 2-year long wait that they've been waiting for this trial to begin. So yes, it was very silent. You could hear that everyone was listening to what she had to say.
And then, as we heard Mary Beth, she went into that apartment looking for items, and we heard her repeated answer of why she did it.
Yes, yeah, exactly. For Katrina Bean, it's very clear that her whole motivation was to find her daughter, Jasmine. And it's very clear that her family had that same sentiment. That was the one thing that I noticed, she was repeating throughout her testimony. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for the search of her daughter.
And tell us too, other family members are expected to testify as per usual. They made them leave the courtroom, right, when the state started questioning witnesses.
Yes, yeah, that's true. They are trying to keep those witnesses separate as they do plan to testify.
Okay, we know you only have a minute or so left before court starts, so thanks so much. We do see the court is coming back on. So we'll let Mary Beth go. We'll bring back up the court feed. We'll let you hear what's to come. It looks like they're having a little conference there. So again, we've heard from just immediately before that break, a Walmart employee who testified that that Jason Chen came to the Walmart and bought peroxide and some other items. We know that the prosecution is also going to talk about purchases possibly at a Walgreens that came from a preliminary hearing, and possibly see some video of him making those purchases. The prosecution laying out a case that he tried to clean his apartment of Jasmine Pace's blood after.
The first row. We're gonna put the Pace family on this side of the room and Chen family on this side of the room. I haven't heard anything major, but there's been some concerns about Pace development. So the Pace family can stay exactly where they are on the side of the room. The folks sitting behind on the third row, I gotta have you please move back one row. If I could have the Pace family take this half of the courtroom, please.
One row.
No, hey, take as many rows as you need on this half.
Okay, just this.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, I can't put the camera on because, well, the signal's not that great. But tomorrow we will be live all day with this and for the rest of the week. And don't forget, we have Trooper Proctor's hearing coming up on whether or not he gets to keep his job. Doubt that's going to happen. So anyway, one thing that really bothered me, and I guess they showed the mother some grace on this because she did break into his house 3 times. The mother of the victim.
So what you just saw was
but if I was her, I would have broken in myself.
With the suspect's family and the victim's family on different sides. Presumably now the jury is coming back to the courtroom. Of course, we don't show the jury.
Everyone thinks this is a strange trial. Let's see how more stranger it gets.
When they bring it. So we're still in the state's witnesses there. A short afternoon break. We're expecting them to call their next witness next, as soon as the jury is seated and they get back to business.
Okay, good. Back in the courtroom, please be seated. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Court President Hamilton stand. for the court reporter, please?
Kelsey Campbell.
And Ms. Campbell, where are you employed?
The Walgreens on North Shore of Market Street.
Okay, and how long have you been at the?
At that store about 4 years.
What's your position at that Walgreens?
The store manager.
Were you the store manager at that Walgreens in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention back to 2022. Do you recall at some point being approached by investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department about potentially looking at video footage from your store?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
Detective Cantrell.
Control.
Cantrell.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what kind of video system Walgreens at the corner of the Market and Frazier has?
Yes, we have 16 cameras that are all throughout the store for the entrance, the parking lot, just monitoring who comes in and out and transactions and things like that.
Is that video footage kept and stored in on servers that Walgreens has?
Yes.
How long is it stored for?
I believe it's 60 days.
Okay. And do you have access to that footage?
Yes.
And did you have access in November of 2022?
Yes.
When police department investigators came to see you, did they tell you what they were looking for?
They just said that there was an ongoing investigation and needed to access the cameras to just review some of the footage.
And did you allow them to access that footage?
Yes.
Did you remain with them while they were accessing that footage?
I came in and out of the office while they had access to it, yes.
Do you recall what date range they were looking for specifically?
It was like the week of Thanksgiving. I think it was like the 22nd
Okay.
to the 28th or something like that.
And to your knowledge, did they locate video footage that they needed you to make a copy of for them?
Yes.
And do you recall how many videos or I don't know if that's the right way to say it, I'm sorry. How many downloads, how many videos? I don't know.
There was 2 separate periods of time. I believe was recorded about an hour before and after for 2 different instances in that day.
What day?
The 22nd, was it the 22nd, I believe?
I'll show you some
Okay.
materials to see, but that day, they took
Crime of
2
justice
separate,
does not justify
sets
the
of
violence.
videos.
It just gives a
And
reason
you have access
as
to
to
be able
why
to
the
actually
person
extract that
snapped.
video from the server.
In
and
this
give it to
case,
law
I don't see it as a crime of
enforcement. Do you do that in
passion
the normal
at all.
course of your job? Okay. Showing you 2 jump drives, you can touch them. And look at them. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Have you viewed the matters on those jump drives?
Yes, both of them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Have you initialed on those jump drives to signify that you've seen the footage on those?
Yes.
And what's on those jump drives?
Video footage of the 2 incidences from that day.
Okay, that you had delivered to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to make these 2 jump drives stakes next to exhibits.
So it's 2021.
Ms. Court Reporter, I've asked that the afternoon be. And Ms. Campbell, is there a way in the Walgreens system to connect a purchase with a video surveillance capture?
Typically, if we have a dollar amount or the last 4 of a card number, we can search and find times when those purchases were made. And then we'd use that to look at the video to see what happened.
Do you recall if that was done for law enforcement as it relates to these 2 videos?
Yes.
Did you look up the receipts that were connected with those 2 videos?
Yes.
And how did you do that in this case? By card number, by the video? Did you recall?
It was by the card numbers. They had left up the screen where they had looked at the transaction. And then I looked up to see if there was any other purchases that day, and found another one, which was the second, I believe the second set of videos that we found.
Okay. And you were able to extract those receipts for law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the receipts and verify that they coordinated with the 2 videos that you had given law enforcement?
Yes, because you'll see the time that it happened and the register number. You can relate the 2 together.
Back here on our
Hey, y'all, we're in the truck. We're on our way. I will be monitoring the live stream. Thank you, guys. I don't know what's going on with the audio with the live feed. You should have it because I'm nowhere near it. Let's see if it pops back up. Maybe on their end because no one's touching my computer. Let me do some investigating. Okay, guys, I think the sound is on their end. I don't know why, but I'm going to go ahead and close it down for today. Tomorrow morning, I will try and start the live a little early and we will catch up. We will watch this guy and any other witnesses, and then we'll just keep working on through the lunch break and we'll get all caught up. I want to say thank you to everybody who joined me for the first time. I know today is a little cray-cray day. This is not a normal day for me. But y'all keep all the firefighters, first responders, everybody in your prayers all over the United States, and those from Canada and Mexico and other countries who've come to help out California. And I will update everybody on everything tomorrow morning. Y'all have a great evening. Be blessed and come and see me again soon. And I'll do the drawing tomorrow as well. It is still up on my computer. For all of those of you who said I liked, I will do 2 drawings tomorrow. All right. Miigwech, have a great evening. Bye.